Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the floor leader. This is going to be my honoring our fallen officers this week. This week, we've heard from many prior law enforcement officers about some of their traumatic experiences they dealt with on a daily basis. We've heard about the families that they dealt with, the emotional ties. I'm not going to do this. I do this every year. The emotional ties that they have. 2 years ago, I stood up on this floor and I was unable to speak because of the emotions of the traumatic events each law enforcement goes over every year, every day. My hope is that everybody that listens to this speech realizes that police officers are just people, just like any one of us. And we put on that uniform to go out and protect the citizens of the state. And I know many of you have family members, friends, and know someone that's in law enforcement. I've heard many on both sides that have family members, friends. So just look at them every day when they go out to work and appreciate what they do, because they may not come home. We have a historic number of law enforcement officers in this house. I don't know if you realize there's roughly 10 law enforcement officers in this house, from city officers, police chiefs, deputies, troopers, and on and on. I hope for the last 4 years you've got to know each one of them, and you can see that we're just normal people that put the uniform on to go out and protect the citizens of the state. And we are some of the lucky ones. We made it. I mean, I really feel we made it. So we're not on that wall out there. We're like we're the lucky ones that are able to come home to our loved ones. That said, I would like to introduce my loved one. Sorry. Standing between columns 2 and 3, my beautiful wife, Denise, is one of those loved ones that knows what it feels like knowing if I'm going to come home at night. I can remember coming home late many times, and she's still awake, waiting for me to come home. I just want to tell her thank you, and I love you very much for standing by me for all those years. I'm all right. We will never know how they feel. They're the only ones that know how they feel and have what they expect at night. Going on this week, in every speech, family was mentioned on every one of the memorial speeches. I want to say thank you to all the wives, husbands, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, children, friends that stood strong in support of their loved ones, that were willing to put on their uniform, not knowing if they would come home at the end of the shift. Each year we pray and hope we will not lose any more law enforcement officers, but each year names are added to the law enforcement memorial. Today I want to honor those and finish that gave the ultimate sacrifice, and families of the 746 names that's on our memorial out there. We need to honor each and every one of them, but I want to close with mentioning the 4 names that were put on the memorial this year. Kansas City Police Officer Jason Mulbauer and K-9 Champ, end of watch February 15th, 2023. Herman Police Officer Sergeant Mason Griffith, end of watch March 6, 2023. Missouri Department of Corrections Officer Kelly Rolando, end of watch October 22nd, 2023. Missouri Department of Corrections Officer Jason Pulliam, end of watch October 15th, 2021. I just hope that everybody realizes we're just normal people, and we just want to do what's right for the community. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have a moment of silence.
Absolutely, gentlemen. Would all of those in the chamber and the galleries please rise as we honor those that gave the ultimate sacrifice and ended their watch. Thank you, gentlemen. Further points of personal privilege. Gentleman from St. Charles. Let me get some order. Please proceed, gentlemen.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Mr. Speaker, first I ask the body to indulge me. I have my son George here with me and my daughter Catherine, and I do ask that they be made pages for the day without compensation, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm kind of taken aback by how quickly time flies. I remember just entering into this body a few short years ago, 6 years ago. First, I want to thank the what's that? I want to thank the wonderful people of St. Charles County for the confidence and the trust that they've bestowed upon me in making me their representative for the last 6 years, Mr. Speaker. I've spent my time in public service. Looking out for their interests, and I have the best constituents that Eastern St. Charles County and our state can provide. I'm so grateful to them. You know, George Washington once said that every post is honorable in which a man may serve his country. And I am incredibly grateful to Almighty God for the trust of this post having been bestowed upon me these last 6 years. I'm grateful for his providential care. I'm grateful for the wonderful times of fellowship and friendship that I've created in my own class with the gentleman from Newton, from the gentleman from Stone, gentleman from Clay, some of the newer relationships, the gentleman from St. Louis County, Sparks District. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest things I'm grateful for is Mrs. Schnelting between the third and fourth column over there. I'm incredibly grateful because though she's charged with the care of our children during my time here in the house, during my time in the military, she's been raising our kids, raising wonderful children, managing our household. Managing our household. Yes, future legislator, that's right. He wants to filibuster. Managing our household and managing her own career, Mr. Speaker. And doing so with such grace and with such patience, enduring the strains of public life, not just for the love of her own husband, but for the love of her state and for the love of her country. All the days and nights away from home that all of you are aware, all the times that there are things that compete for our attention as lawmakers, that's attention that could have been given to her. And she understands and has been incredibly understanding in the midst of all of that, like many of you and your spouses have been with you. She sacrificed tremendously for me to serve in this body, Mr. Speaker. And I just want the record to reflect that her patriotism and her public service from the home front is as necessary an ingredient to the success of my time in this body as any of the sacrifices that I've ever made to be in this body. A final quick word, Mr. Speaker, since my son George is expiring. I love this institution, this House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to caution my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, whatever your political inclinations. For those of you who will be in here for years to come, work with all those that you can, every chance that you get, and in good faith. But never cede the sovereignty and never cede the authority and the dignity of this body to any other faction. Not to the governor's office, not to the Senate, not to any outside special interests or any other influences. We were elected by the people. This is the people's house, and it must remain that way. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you for the body indulging me. I very much appreciate that. And I do ask that you give my beautiful wife, Christine, in the red over there, a wonderful house welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Personal privilege, please.
Certainly.
I really want to thank certainly the citizens that have put their trust in me to be able to come here and represent them. But I really greatly appreciate all the relationships, those relationships of the citizens, but those in this room today. the relationships we've been able to build over the past 8+ years. It has been such a privilege to get to know so many fine individuals that care deeply about our country and our state. In my opinion, together we've done some good things for the state of Missouri. Although, as is often the case, others may feel that we've done some things that have not been so good. And there comes the challenges. What do we do with people who don't see the world like we do? We often want to point out the differences between each other, and it's no wonder. There are differences. We are different, after all. But if we took the time to listen to one another, rather than talk past each other, we might all benefit from living in a more pleasant environment, a more functional environment. I certainly haven't done it perfectly. This process isn't particularly efficient. But if we do the work, we might be surprised at the result. It seems to me that our Creator wants to bless us and help us flourish in His creation. But there seems to be another force that is really active in all of us, which is trying to tear us down and destroy all that is good in this world. Sometimes I think we may cooperate with that force and stoop to disparage and dismiss one another rather than honor and lift each other up. I've often said that this place is human nature on steroids. It's one thing to try to win the argument on the merits. It's another thing entirely when we try to harm one another personally. There was blame shifting early on in the Hebrew Scriptures with Adam and Eve trying to blame shift responsibility for their actions. And things quickly escalated. Brother killing brother with Cain and Abel, Adam and Eve's son. And it hasn't gotten any better since. I've found many, many truths about human nature and the world by reading through the Bible each of the last 8 years. And I intend to continue to do that when I leave this place. I welcome you on this journey of discovery. I probably will reach out again sometime and invite you to join me in reading the Bible in a year. Either way, I would just appeal to you all to work hard at trying not to dishonor and dismiss one another with name calling and guilt slinging. I have always said there is a God and I'm not him. And there is a Satan, and I don't want to take on his role in this world or cooperate with his program of destruction, chaos, and disorder. And I think most of you agree. Thank you so much for listening to me and giving me the opportunity to get to know and work with each one of you and try to do some good things to bless our Missouri citizens. May God bless all of you in the future. May God bless Missouri, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Lady from Platte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A moment of personal privilege.
Please proceed, lady.
Mr. Speaker, you never know who you're going to connect with on this journey called life. I remember the very first time I crossed paths with this amazing woman. I knew from the start that the universe was conspiring for us to be friends. That was about a year before we had our very first conversation. Fast forward about 4 years later, and we've had some of the craziest and or best times together, depending on how one chooses to remember them. Like last summer when we were stuck after a conference because of insane flight delays, and we're just so happy that we ran into each other in the hotel lobby. Or the hours we spent in the ER together that resulted in the now infamous Nick Fury-esque eye patch. But that is not why she is so special. She taught me that in this building, you must be very clear on the parts of yourself that you are willing to give away and at what price, and the parts of yourself you must protect fiercely. Now, I can, of course, talk about the legacy of the family Bland and of her grandmother, to whom we all owe a huge debt of gratitude for paving a way, along with others, for Black women in this space. But I want to focus on the legacy that the representative from the Bland Man Love District has paved for herself. The representative was elected in 2018, taking office in 2019 as the third Bland family member to be elected to this body. In her time in the House, she has served on budget, financial institutions, Special Committee on Disease Control and Prevention, Special Committee on Homeland Security, Crime Prevention and Public Safety, Rules, Administrative Oversight, Veterans, Subcommittee on Appropriations, Public Safety, Corrections, Transportation and Revenue, Special Committee on Property Tax Reform. She was ranking minority member of Subcommittee on Appropriations, General Administration, Public Safety, and Ways and Means. Mr. Speaker, can I get a little order?
Certainly, lady. Again, members and guests, let's keep our conversations to a minimum. Please proceed.
She served one term as Black Caucus Chair during a season that caused every leader, no matter what level of leadership, great stress and unrest. But most notably, she will be remembered for how she showed up in this building for the LGBTQI community, myself included. The lady from Jackson is a true beacon of representation and hope for people who travel to the dark hole that is this building in their lives to defend their right to simply be in this state, pun intended. She spent hours during each diabolical committee hearing, comforting, supporting, and caring for the community, likely triggering some trauma in the process for herself. Quietly at times, but present. And at other times, not so quiet when needed. A pillar of strength when others needed it. That is how I will remember her here. It's often said we should give people their flowers so they can smell them. So I want to do just that. I will close with the stanza of a song I shared with her last year that I think is fitting and I have adapted to this occasion. Young girl, old dream, old soul, oh dear. Plan B, plan well, good luck, no fear. Just wait, and God will tell you when the time's near. But if you never jump, then you'll die here. You have to go, Ash. We love you, we'll miss you, and we are all so proud of you. Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge her family that have come to join us in support of the end of her legislative career as we know it right now. Her father, Jonathan Manlove Sr., and her aunt, Pam Bland. I invite the body to give them a warm welcome.
Further points of personal privilege. Lady from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of personal privilege.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This isn't an easy speech. I don't even think the lady's in here that I'm going to give it to. But, what do you say about the lady that's looked somebody that's given her a death threat to the face and asked what their problem was? What do you say about the lady who lives and breathes public service? What do you say about the lady that has more courage and guts than half the entire population? Most people talk about what they want to do, but very few go out and actually do it. The lady from Boone, the 44th district, will be deeply missed. The lady from the 44th was not only my mentor, but a wonderful friend. My constituents are better served because of everything that she has taught me, from helping get back unclaimed property to looking through voter rolls to find dead people. The representative from the 44th leaves a huge legacy and big shoes to fill. I know whatever she does next, she won't stop serving the people, and she's on her next journey of freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further points of personal privilege. Lady from St. Louis, Barringer District.
Mr. Speaker, can I do an introduction of special guests?
You certainly may, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, on your left and to my right, between the fifth and sixth pillar, where'd my sister go? Is she hiding? Okay, this is it. So I will let you all know that I have been able to have my landlord for the last 5 years, my sister, who worked for over 35 years for the state of Missouri, is here today, along with my husband, David, who has stood by my side since 2002 when I started to run for office. And every year for the last 8 years, he's come up on the train on Thursday nights to take me home on Friday. So this will be the last time that my husband will be here to take me home, and I could have never been here without him. Thank you, and can you all give him a round of applause? Thank you.
Points of personal privilege. Gentleman from St. Louis.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to introduce the special guests.
Absolutely, gentlemen.
On your left and my right, between the fourth and the fifth columns, I'd like to introduce my wife, who supported me for the last 8 years, who's a former state representative, who's running for St. Louis County Council, and I wish you guys could make her feel welcome.
Points of personal privilege. Lady from St. Louis, Bangert District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone says it goes fast, and it did. You, Mr. Speaker, were lucky to have an extra year. It seems like yesterday we were sworn in with our flowers on our lapel, and then a few weeks later, several of us were sitting at our desks, the room full of press, and our governor giving his remarks. We all knew what was coming. You couldn't make this stuff up. I was thinking, what am I getting into? The memories, floods, tornadoes, the Capitol wrapped in plastic for months for renovations, COVID, and those masks. Inaugurations, the bicentennial of Missouri, and the bicentennial inaugural ball. New carpet in the chambers, new escalator, and some of us may remember the scoop from the JC Elevator Twitter account. So many committees where the fun and learning begins, same bills year after year. Session, special session, extraordinary session, PQs, special guests, and all of those great visits with folks in the office, hallway, and rotunda. Governor barbecues, Club 232, Patty's, Madison's, softball, trivia and bones to name a few. This week in Missouri politics, Che Monet, Hat Day, Opening Day, swearing in, birthday celebrations, late night meals in the back chambers, the gnome, and the blue flashing button that I just learned about this week after being here for 8 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. And a favorite, walking the downtown streets in Jefferson City as well as the beautiful halls of this Capitol. The women legislators of Missouri was a great way for me to get to know women reps and senators from both sides of the aisle working together on many fun events. I truly appreciate everyone that worked with us over the years to make the auction such a fun and successful event. One of my great memories was learning what a real auctioneer was, the representative from Laclede. Wow. I see now as a city gal how you all make some money. Over the 8 years I was involved with this group, the scholarship event has turned into one of the most fun events of the year. We have been able to provide so many scholarships to benefit young women in our state. Many recipients and their families say the scholarship day is a day they will never forget, and I'm proud to say that I was part of that. Serving as Minority Caucus Secretary for 4 years has been an honor and privilege. As Secretary, I wanted to improve relations between both parties. Working with the Majority Caucus Secretary and Majority Chair on many events that we plan together, I believe that we have succeeded, and I hope this continues after I'm gone. I want to thank my husband, my family and friends for all of their support over the past 8 years and their upcoming support in my next political endeavor. What I will miss most of all is the great people I've worked with and gotten to know on both sides of the aisle, and the wonderful staff. As a member, and you all as my colleagues, we are fortunate to say that we have been a member of this House. No one will ever know what this means unless you have served. We learn, celebrate, work, and mourn with each other. It has truly been an honor to serve with each of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, lady. Further points of personal privilege and or introduction of special guests? Seeing none. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be Senate bills for third reading. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 754 through 767 and 1342 will move to the informal calendar. Mr. Speaker, we will move to the informal Senate calendar. Mr. Speaker, next order of business will be committee reports.
Mr. Clerk, would you please read in the committee reports?
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Fiscal Review, to which was referred Senate Substitute Number 2, Senate Bill 872, begs leave to report, examine the same, and recommends that it do pass. And Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Fiscal Review, to which was referred Senate Substitute Number 2, Senate Committee Substitute Senate Bill 754, 746, 788, 765, 841, 887, and 861, begs leave to report, to examine the same, and recommends that they do pass.
Mr. Clerk, would you please read in the messages from the Senate?
Mr. Speaker, there are no messages from the Senate.
Weird. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be Senate bills for third reading and formal. I now ask you to recognize the lady from Phelps County for a motion on Senate Substitute, Senate Bill 751.
Lady from Phelps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate substitute for Senate Bill 751 be third read and passed.
The lady from Phelps has moved for the third reading and passage of Senate substitute to Senate Bill 751. Lady from Phelps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the title of Senate substitute for Senate Bill 751 be agreed to.
The lady from Phelps has moved for the adoption of the title, the Senate substitute to Senate Bill 751. Further discussion concerning the title. Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the title, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have approved the title. Lady from Phelps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 751, also known as the 340B drug pricing program, I believe is one of the most important bills brought to the floor this session. Why? Because access to prescription medications is vital to the lives of all Missourians. There should not be barriers to getting life-saving drugs. It is also significant to making sure our rural hospitals and FQHCs, also known as federally qualified health centers, continue to operate and serve the patients in all of our communities. This bill has been negotiated since the beginning of session with all the players that had a genuine interest coming to the table to compromise towards the product that is now Senate Bill 751. And so after being pared down from 4 provisions to 1, the only piece that remains is that has to do with contract pharmacies. This bill is branded to do many things, but in actuality, it only does one thing. It allows an eligible person treated at a currently eligible healthcare facility to access currently eligible prescriptions at a pharmacy that is near the patient. That's it, nothing more. It's about access. Passing this bill will increase accessibility, which increases patient compliance, which increases health outcomes and lowers inappropriate utilization of care, such as going to the emergency room, which costs more money for all of us. Let's allow Missourians access to pick up their medications closer to home. I ask the body to vote yes on Senate Bill 751.
Further discussion, lady from Green.
To speak on the bill.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This is a great bill. As the lady stated, a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of compromise has gone into getting us to where we are now. My 4 years up here, this language has been carefully crafted and we're in a good place where I think we can move forward today, and I ask the body to support the bill.
Further discussion, gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To speak on the bill.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I like this bill. I think that the federal law right now requires the manufacturers of medicines to give a discount to participate in Medicaid markets, and they shouldn't be able to circumvent that. And that savings should be passed on to the patients, the consumers, the people in our districts. I don't think that our providers and hospitals can profit the differential. They have to give it back to the consumer or give it back into the community. On the other hand, the drug manufacturers, they circumvent it, can pocket that differential. So then I'm left to think about, okay, what's best for the patients in my district? I want them to have access to health care. I want them to have affordable drug pricing. This program is designed to do that. And so I'm supportive of it. I think it makes sense. And I think that that's what should be done, is what's best for our constituents. So I hope the body votes for it.
Further discussion, gentleman from Polk. Gentleman from Lafayette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill both bills, the House bill and the Senate bill, came through the Committee of Special Policy. Both were passed out, both were vetted quite well, and to move on. Originally, this federal program was set up for the uninsured and underinsured. And so it helps those that are in need of it. Basically, right now we're seeing where there's manufacturers that refuse to ship to 340 drugs to pharmacies. Hospitals are getting restricted access also. I'm also going to now tell you discuss a couple things here. First of all, there is a major impact on the communities when hospitals close. They strongly support the community, and we've had 12 Missouri hospitals close in the past decade. And when they close, it hurts your community and it hurts the economic growth. Now, on a personal note, I will tell you, as most of you know, that my wife and I we've been battling breast cancer since January of 21. And the doctor prescribed a drug, and there was only one pharmacy, and it was in Phoenix, Arizona, that could fill this cancer drug. And it cost several $1,000s a month. So, I think this is a good bill. I would ask you to support it. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker.
Further discussion, gentleman from St. Louis.
Further discussion, gentleman from St. Louis County, Murphy District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An interesting bill, because we have looked at this and we've discussed this at length amongst my colleagues, and there are great arguments on both sides of this issue. I'm a state chair for ALEC, who's come out and said this is a horrible bill, it's against free enterprise. When I examine this bill, I don't quite see it that way. And frankly, just because I belong to a group doesn't mean that they guide me in everything I do. I actually like to think for myself. So as I've gone through and looked at this bill, I don't think it's a matter of not being free enterprise. I think it actually is free enterprise. What we have now is a pharmaceutical industry that has a pricing structure that is, oh my God. If anybody in here tried to develop a system where the pharmaceuticals say this is our base price and everybody gets a discount and this guy gets this price and this guy gets that price and this guy gets this price, and all of this is how it works. It's just like, really? Is this how we want to do things? But that's the system we have. So now they say, hospitals, you get this price, but please don't share it. Don't share it. Don't make a deal on your own to give somebody else that break. Because, you're going to make a little more money, but we're not. Because if we're selling it to them, we're going to make more money. That's not free enterprise. That's just the opposite of free enterprise. It's price fixing. So we can stand up here and say we shouldn't allow hospitals to make a little more money. Well, I say maybe we shouldn't let pharmaceuticals make more money. Let the marketplace do what it's going to do. So conservative groups will say, hey, Rep. Murphy, you're probably not as conservative as we thought you were, even though you were 100% last year. Maybe you're going to the dark side. I'm not going to the dark side. I'm using my own head. I'm reading my own bills. I'm reading them and I'm figuring it out. This is free enterprise and we should support it. Thank you.
St. Charles.
Further discussion, gentleman from St. Charles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To speak on the bill.
Please proceed.
I hate to break up the bipartisan love fest, but not everyone thinks this is in fact a great idea. We have been fighting the 340B issue for my entire 8 years in the legislature, and I will say that this is considerably pared down from when it first began. But I think that people that refer to themselves as free market conservatives when they're out on the campaign trail really need to think about how this program works and where it comes from. The federal government has come out and said they have demanded that pharmaceutical manufacturers offer a portion of their products that they create at an extremely discounted rate. They have done that through manipulations, through their participation in federal programs where the pharmaceutical companies are essentially forced to participate in this quote-unquote voluntary program. We then say that the idea is supposed to be that the poor people get lower priced drugs, but that's not, in fact, what happens. The people that enjoy the benefit of this deduction are the providers. And so we are allowing the providers of the drugs to jack up the prices once again and reap the profit. That is how this program works. And it started out to be a very small program, and then came along Obamacare, which you all claim to oppose on the campaign trail. And Obamacare massively expanded this program so that providers could make even more money off of it. Then the providers and the pharmaceutical companies, highly sophisticated business actors, got together around a table and developed contracts around how this program would work. And the providers didn't like those contracts. So now they come to the state government and use the heavy hand of government to rewrite those contracts in a way that is more beneficial to them. Everything about this program is depleted of conservative principle and values. This is not something that a purportedly conservative Republican supermajority should be engaged in. Ultimately, principles matter. And when we claim to not want a federal government that is involved in our health care, to not want a federal government that's involved in business practices, we have to back those claims up with actual action. And one of those actions could be defeating this measure. I know that's not going to happen today. We're outnumbered. But the voters are going to see who participated in this idea. And they're going to learn more about this 340B programs and some of the institutions like Planned Parenthood that make a ridiculous amount of money off of it and brag about it. And you're going to hear from those voters on the campaign trail over the course of the next few months. And I would encourage this body to stick with its principles and vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion? Gentleman from Polk, please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I am deeply, deeply familiar with this program. And there are aspects of this program that are flawed, that are not what we would probably desire one of these programs to be. But this is not our program. This is not our program. This is a federal program. And the reason that it has been thrust upon the states is that the Congress has failed to act to do it and have thrust that responsibility that is not really our responsibility on us. So I ask everyone to understand that there are aspects of this program that are not as we would wish them to be, but it is vitally important to small hospitals, to the FQHCs, and to many people who can't afford medicines otherwise. And we need to pass this and let this debate go on in other places that are more appropriate than here. So I ask the people to support this despite some of its shortcomings and protect the people that it does protect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion? Gentleman from Douglas, please proceed.
To speak in favor of the bill, Madam Speaker. This program is designed to narrowly reach only hospitals that provide services at a high level of low-income patients. For instance, in West Plains at Ozarks Healthcare, they supply over 160,000 patients they serve in Southwest Missouri. 80% of those patients are on some form of Medicaid or Medicare. We serve 4 of the 10 poorest counties in the state. We employ over 1,100 nurses, doctors, and other caregivers in one of the most geographically isolated areas of the state. Not only does this program help individuals, including some of our most vulnerable elderly patients, it also allows hospitals to bridge that gap and provide charity care in areas that are desperately needed but underfunded, including inpatient mental health, women's health, labor and delivery, cancer treatment, community wellness, and outreach programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Charles County, Floor Leader District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the question under immediate consideration be now put.
The gentleman from St. Charles County has asked that the question under immediate consideration be now put. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Gentleman from St. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to take a minute and draw everybody's attention to the fact that I have students from Orchard Farm Elementary School right up here, and I asked that the House would make them welcome.
Welcome to the House. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. By your vote of 105 yes, 43 no, and 14 non-voting members, you have approved the gentleman's motion. Lady from Phelps, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the love fest that we're talking about needs to be for the state of Missouri, for the Missourians that need access to their prescription medications. I think this is a great bill. I think this moves the state of Missouri forward, and I encourage all of you to vote yes.
The lady from Phelps has renewed her motion that Senate substitute to Senate Bill 751 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. By your vote of 133 yes, 18 no, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate substitute to Senate Bill 751. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I now ask you to recognize the gentleman from Jasper County for a motion on Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Committee Substitute, Senate Bill 754.
Gentleman from Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 754 be third read and passed.
The gentleman from Jasper has moved for the third reading and passage of Senate Substitute Number 2 to Senate Committee Substitute to Senate Bills 754, 746, 788, and 765. Gentleman from Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the title for Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 754 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Jasper has moved for the adoption of the title, the Senate Substitute Number 2 to Senate Committee Substitute to Senate Bills 754, 746, 788, 765, and now continuing to 841, 887, and 861. Further discussion concerning said title motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the title, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have approved the title. Gentleman from Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is essentially identical to last year's Senate Bill 189. The body, remember, we passed that out of here, truly agreed and finally passed, went to the governor's desk and was vetoed because of two provisions. This bill is otherwise identical. There are three exceptions. Of the two issues that were concerned to the governor, one has been removed, one has been modified. The other difference is that we have added Valentine's Law. Beyond that, this bill is identical to last year's 189. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire of the bill handler, please?
Does the gentleman from Jasper yield, and do you have a clear path?
I do.
Hi.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So, you're welcome. So I would like to go through this just a little bit. You said, because I know, so we're stripping off some stuff, right?
No. The only thing that was changed is in the very end of the bill, there were two provisions that the governor didn't like. One had to do with restitution, one had to do with expungement. The restitution piece has been removed. The expungement piece has been modified to address his concerns.
Can we kind of discuss that a little bit more? The expungement piece that's been modified?
To be honest with you, the changes were worked out between the senator who was handling it and the governor. So I'm not really privy to it. However, I know that we have a representative on the floor who is more familiar with it than I am because it was his addition to the original bill.
Okay, so I don't have it in front of me. I'd kind of like to just kind of go through some of the, so Blair's law is on here, right?
That's correct.
Is Max's law on here?
That's correct.
So that's, not, I think there are probably going to be some feelings on that one, but I think there is some good stuff in here. Can we go back and forth with those issues?
Sure. This bill is identical to the bill that we passed last year with the exception of that addition and those two changes. And so in this bill is proceedings involving children who is alleged to have violated state law. They shall be brought in the court of the circuit in which the violation occurred, except if the juvenile is transfers the case or the court grants a motion to transfer. Certification of juveniles for trial as adults between the ages of 12 and 18 has been changed to 14 to 18. Court-ordered hearings for determining whether a child should be certified for trial as an adult. Requires the Office of the State Courts Administrator to collect certain information related to petitions to certify juveniles. There are provisions relating to the correctional treatment programs for offenders 18 years of age or younger, requiring the physical separation. Eligibility for parole for juveniles. Arrest for traffic violations wherein the underlying offense was a infraction. Motions to vacate or set aside judgment. This is the judgment in the jurisdiction in which the person was convicted is changed to the jurisdiction in which the charges were filed. A conviction review unit. An application process for defendants to the conviction review unit consists of 2 attorneys hired by the executive director of the Missouri Office of Prosecution Services, an investigator, a paralegal, and other administrative staff. Provisions regarding persistent offenders. That would now include a person who's been found guilty of a dangerous felony as defined by law. Minimum prison terms for armed criminal action. A task force to collect and feedback from stakeholders that may include victims as part of that task force. The offense of endangering the welfare of a child. Blair's Law. Unlawful possession of firearms. Max's Law. Valentine's Law. Delivery of a controlled substance. Drug trafficking. Criticalness and stress management programs for firefighters, civilian review boards, the Public Defenders Fund, and the expungement of records.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire of the gentleman from Howell, please?
The gentleman from Howell.
There it is.
Yes.
I figured we had to do that at least one more time.
That's why you did this.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why I did it. So I got a question for you.
Sure.
Do you know, so this, I think this doesn't have, so we worked on a version of Valentine's Law, and that's not this one, is that correct?
We had modified that in House Judiciary. This is the Senate version. It may be the version you actually filed also as a co-sponsor.
Okay, so I think we, and I'm just, showing my cards, I'm going to support it, but I think that's something that we probably should fit, because at the end of this is the last day of session, we either pass it or we don't. We understand that. So I will support it, but I do think that's something that this chamber should modify next year, because I do think that was a good correction. Would you agree?
Yeah, there were some technical fixes I thought should be made that we couldn't get across the finish line. It was in 2 or 3 different forms between the House and the Senate, and one of those big pink sheets came up that said, oh no, there's differences, and This is the only one that came this far.
Yes. So I will support it. I would just implore the body to try to make that change next year potentially.
One of the major wins, I think, for your side of the aisle is for the first time in Missouri, the Conviction Review Unit. It wasn't a Senate compromise to be done by the Prosecutors Association, but will allow certain cases to be reviewed independently on their conviction status by this new unit, subject to appropriation of the state of Missouri.
Yes, I think that's good. The PD fund in here is good as well. I like, does this include the bill that, for the distribution bill, that like the fentanyl distribution bill where someone gets injured or hurt?
No, I don't think so. It includes two bills that kind of started in the House, Representative Allen District, Representative Sparks District, plus your side of the aisle also, Valentine's Law, but also it started in the city of Kansas City, the enhancement when you distribute drugs that are mixed with another drug, knowing it's a combination, and then that causes serious physical injury or death to a second person. Right. That was a request from the prosecutor in Kansas City. That's part of this bill as well.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about. So that is a part of this bill.
That is part of this bill.
Yes, good.
But not the fentanyl language we discussed earlier in session.
Okay. Well, I do think, this is a bill that I've supported. I supported it last year. I think like many bills, there's stuff you like, stuff you don't like, and you just go from there. And I think I would like to see us maybe come back and change some things next year, in particular with the Valentine's Law. And I think, was there a version of the bill that we were just talking about that we liked better too? Not the fentanyl, but the distribution of a controlled substance that was...
Well, that was a debate. Quite frankly, the House version was a little stronger, I thought.
Right.
In the Senate version, it only required knowledge of distribution of a single drug. The Senate's version requires a combination of two drugs that you know it's a combination, and then that further proof element, you have to prove it causes serious physical injury or death, which then raises it to a B or A felony. So that's a very high level of proof that's required to meet that standard.
That's another change I would like to see, because I think our version was better. But unfortunately, when you're trying to get things done, you don't always get that version done. But ultimately, I think those are two things next year that we should try to do to fix this bill. But ultimately, I'm going to support it. So,
yeah, the last Senate compromise that fell apart yesterday would have had the senator or representative from Jasper's bill with all that language on there be voted on today. But again, they fell apart yesterday, so it didn't quite make it.
It would have been nice to go to conference to work some of these things out, but I guess we don't get to do that.
This is the only public safety bill of the year.
That's it. So I'll support it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Boone.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment ending in .09H that's been distributed. I move for its adoption.
The gentleman from Boone has moved for the adoption of House Amendment 1, ending in .09H. Further discussion.
If I did with
Gentleman from Boone.
So, Mr. Speaker, I know it's the midnight hour here, and one of the concerns, and I don't hate this bill. My only concern with this, there's a specific provision in this bill that I've had heartburn about for a long time. It's come through various committees, and it deals with review boards, and it narrows the focus a little bit too much with police review boards. There's a review board in Columbia, a police review board it took the citizens a long time to get established. It was painstaking work. People marched to City Hall to get it done. A committee was formed. The people have worked very hard in the city to create this board. It's a fair police review board. The language in the bill there's a provision that states that review boards only have limited, can only really have a limited purpose, only to investigate, so on and so forth. The issue in Columbia is that we've got a very good review board, and I think that the bill is designed to get at other review boards around the state, one or more, that are abusing their powers. And I understand that. In other words, review boards that are going too far and usurping the authority of the police department. That's not what our review board does. Our review board has special powers that, one, allow it to audit the police department, to make policy recommendations about, how the officers are interacting with the public, racial, receive data on racial profiling issues, so on and so forth. And so my concern is that the language in this bill would really handcuff the review board in Columbia. And people worked very hard, on a very long time to get this thing done. Like I said, years and years of effort to get it passed. The city formed a special committee to get it passed. I was fortunate to be on the committee, but it passed unanimously out of that committee. The Columbia City Council, Mr. Speaker, voted unanimously for our review board, and it's been a model for other review boards, at least one of the review boards around the state. So I think the intention of the language in this bill is it's not bad, and it's designed to get at boards who've gone off get at review boards that have gone off the rails. But I think that's not our review board in Columbia. Our board isn't off the rails. We're not being overly aggressive. We're not usurping the authority of the police department, but it's going to take away mechanisms to hold the law enforcement accountable, and like I said, to make policy recommendations. And so I don't think it's designed in our type of review board, but it does. So this amendment just strips out Columbia. It's just a Columbia carve-out to take Columbia out of the process, so it doesn't deal with our review boards. And if this language, wants to apply to other review boards around the state, that's fine. With that, I'll take any questions.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis County, Murphy District.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Can I inquire the lady from St. Louis County Lavender District?
Does the lady from St. Louis County Lavender District yield to the gentleman from St. Louis County?
I do.
Please proceed.
How are you? It's the last day.
It is.
And congratulations for making it through 8 years. It's been trying at times listening to you, but I've actually enjoyed the amount of information you share and so forth.
The feeling is mutual. You know that.
Absolutely. Yesterday you got up and quite passionately inquired the lady from St. Charles about, what do you think the chances?
I am so glad you asked me, because I have worked all year to have an amendment to actually attempt to get you all on record for letting children carry guns, and it fits perfectly on this amendment, and it fits perfectly on this bill, and it's germane. I'm happy to get this amendment on this bill right now, so we can talk about gun violence, and I'm germane to the topic, so I'm so thrilled you gave me the opportunity to talk about this.
I sat in a committee with a bill that actually looked at juvenile crime, and I remember having some conversations with that and saying that, that's something we need to do. And you said, well, maybe we need to talk about that next year. Well, maybe we need to talk about that next year. So
it would be nice if we talked about it some year.
Okay, it's my inquiry. What do you think?
Well, that's okay. We banter.
What do you think will happen if we put this amendment on it? What do you think the chances are that the Senate, who was adjourned, would approve?
I actually think they signed he died already, right?
Yes, they have.
So the chance of this passing is probably about as low as it gets. But
is it above zero?
We have the opportunity to talk about children carrying guns on our streets without parental rights, so we could amend his amendment, and then perhaps you all would like to be recorded on that vote today.
Well, lady, I think we've had that
conversation. What an amazing opportunity you gave me today.
I think actually you may have brought that subject up more than 100 times.
I've attempted. But, then I wasn't germane, or somebody didn't like what I was saying, or, I was told to sit down. I've lost count of how many times I've been told to sit down.
I would never tell you to sit down. You should stand up.
I know, but and last week I stood up taller, right? Unfortunately, that wasn't recorded for history, but.
Well, lady, maybe next year if you come back, we would.
No, I don't get to come back, right? So
we will have that conversation. But I just want you on record to know that if this gets on there, it has a zero.
Yeah,
zero.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think you're right on this one.
All right.
But I'm going to offer my amendment. See if I can get a roll call vote and then we'll see what happens to the fine gentleman from Boone.
Well,
what happens to his
thank you
amendment.
for telegraphing that for us so we know what to do.
You're very
You have
welcome.
it-
Happy to do that.
I thank you for your inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've made no secret of my admiration for the gentleman from Boone. I think he's one of the most reasonable people that I deal with on the other side of the aisle, and I greatly admire him. However, in this case, the amendment is pointless. Even if the amendment went on, the Senate essentially is already adjourned. There is no place for it to go. I'm perfectly willing to look at working with him next year to make some changes if this becomes existing law. But to offer the amendment right now serves no purpose whatsoever. And so, as a matter of practicality, I would encourage the body to vote down the amendment.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
The gentleman from Jackson has moved that the question under immediate consideration be now put. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 104 yes, 44 no, and 14 non-voting members, you have moved the previous question. Gentleman from Boone, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is for the city of Columbia. This is just a carve out, an exception for Columbia. And I respect the gentleman from the Roberts District, and I enjoy working with him as well. And I know it's a very awkward position for me to be in, and I understand his concerns 100%. People have labored so hard in Columbia to sit by and not do anything. It wouldn't be fair to my district. If I could have 5 members standing, I'd ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
You'll have your roll call vote, gentlemen. The gentleman from Boone has renewed his motion for the adoption of House Amendment 1 to Senate Substitute Number 2, Senate Committee Substitute, Senate Bill 754, 746, 788, 765, 841, 887, and 861. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 28 yes, 107 no, and 12 present, you have failed to adopt House Amendment 1, returning to the underlying Senate bills. Gentleman from Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
Gentleman from Jackson has asked that the question under immediate consideration be now put. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 107 yes, 41 no, and 0 present, you have moved the previous question. Gentleman from Jasper, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
The gentleman from Jasper has renewed his motion that Senate Substitute Number 2 to Senate Committee Substitute to Senate Bills 754, 746, 788, 765, 841, 887, and 861 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the absentees?
Atchison, Barnes, Bland Manlove, Boggs, Usick, Coleman, Cook, Deaton, Gray, Mann, McGurl, Strickler, and Unsicker.
Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 130 yes, 5 no, 14 present, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate Substitute Number 2 to Senate Committee Substitute to Senate Bills 754, 746, 788, 765, 841, 887, and 861. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be introduction of guests.
Introduction of guests. Lady from St. Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my left and your right, walking up to the fourth and fifth column, is my best friend since I was 19 years old. We've been married 27 years, and he is here to support me, and I just would like you to give him all a nice welcome.
Welcome to the House. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction of special guest.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To your left and to my right, my very good friend, Mrs. Michelle Shanahan DeMoss. She is the mother of Blair Shanahan Lane for the provision that was in the previous bill called Blair's Law. It has been quite the time on this bill, and I am so happy that she is here with us today. It means quite a bit to us. So if the body could please make her feel very welcome and have her for her advocacy. Thank you.
Welcome back to the House. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I now ask you to recognize the lady from Greene County for a motion on Senate Substitute, Senate Bill 1111.
Lady from Greene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Substitute for Senate Bill 1111 be third read and passed.
The lady from Greene has moved for the third reading and passage of Senate Substitute to Senate Bill 1111. Lady from Greene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title for Senate Substitute for Senate Bill 1111 be agreed to.
The lady from Greene has moved for the adoption of the title, the Senate Substitute to Senate Bill 1111. Further discussion concerning the title. Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the title, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have adopted the title. Lady from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has a couple of House bills included in it, the first of which is House Bill 1975 that I carried personally. This allows for the creation of prescribed pediatric extended care facilities. And instead of going into kind of the minutia of the bill language, I'm going to tell you about an experience that I had while visiting one of these facilities that currently exists in St. Louis, the only one in the state that I'm familiar with. These facilities allow for children with high medical needs to be able to be cared for in a facility where a nurse is present, and those private duty nurses that we see go into people's homes currently are able to then care for a child in these daycare facilities, and sometimes see more than one child at a time, which helps with our shortage of private duty nurses in our state. But more importantly, I think when we look at these facilities, this means that the children that have these high medical needs can experience socialization with other children, and they can experience love and care in a setting outside of their home, getting them used to experiences that otherwise, if they were, receiving those services in their home, they wouldn't have. One of these children was out on the playground while I was there, and she was in a wheelchair, was unable to use her limbs, but could use her eyes to utilize an eye gaze device to speak, and also use her head to move her wheelchair around. And the most exciting thing about that is that she was on a playground with other children, neurotypical children that were able to come and play with her and talk to her, and she was able to engage with them and learn more developmental skills. So I think this is a really important bill for our state, for these children that have disabilities, and I'm excited to present it today and see it be third read and finally passed. So the other segment is House Bill 1928. This is a change that allows us to be able to expand after-school programs for school-age children, and just changes a small piece of the regulations there, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Further discussion? Lady from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill handler, please.
Does the lady from Green yield?
I do.
Thank you, lady. I remember this coming through, well, both of them came through Children and Families, but yours, you carried the bill about the special licensing and protection of children.
Yes.
And as I recall, it got a very, very warm reception. I think it's, quite frankly, the bill that I feel the best about this whole session.
Thank you.
And it was a unanimous vote, right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Excellent work. So glad that we have people coming in to continue to fight for the kids, especially the kids with special needs and disabilities. The other piece, it's like that's the after-school care programs. What are we doing with that?
So we're allowing a little bit of loosening of regulations so that they don't have to comply with the infant regulations. Some of those are pretty stringent in a way that makes sense for infants, but doesn't really make sense for school-age children, and that's been limiting the number of those school-age after-school programs that can open.
Right, and there's a little bit of heartburn there, but what we found out is that there's also some inconsistencies about the way that it works now. Some facilities are already able to carry on and provide that service.
That's right.
Without those restrictions because of the way they're licensed or because of the way they're certified. And this just kind of levels the playing field and makes more opportunity for children to get after-school care and care beyond the school bell, which could be before school or summer camp or other opportunities for kids that need that kind of care and structure in their lives and opportunity to socialize. So good work on this bill. Really want to congratulate you and
thank you.
Wish you the best on this one. And thank you. Mr. Speaker, may I speak on the bill?
Please proceed, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to encourage the people in the body here to support this bill as is. It's a really good bill that's going to help expand opportunities for our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, gentleman from Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the bill?
Please proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you. I can't speak on the second portion of this because I was the one that carried that over here in the House. Having come from a background in after-school programs, I was a supervisor with the after-school programs in the County of Greene and City of Springfield. There were many facilities, school facilities, where children could go to school on a daily basis and the building was safe. But when the bell rings and school is over and children are yet again in the building, the regulations for before and after school programs were different, and all of a sudden the building was no longer deemed safe. This cleans that up. It's the exact same building that a lot of children have been in all day, and for some reason going from educating to after care or after school care, the building changed and was unsafe for some reason. So this just cleans up that language and makes that appropriate and adequate so that we can help meet that need of after school care for our children, because we do have that heavy need in our state. So I encourage the body to vote yes on this.
Further discussion, seeing none. Lady from Green, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
The lady from Green has renewed her motion that Senate Substitute to Senate Bill 1111 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Mr. Clerk, please call the absentees.
Atchison, Barnes, Bland Manlove, Boggs, Brown 87, Coleman, Cups, Deaton, Gray, Mann, McGurl, Meredith, Sharp 37, Stevens, Strickler, Terry, and Unsicker.
Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 147 yes and 0 no, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate Substitute to Senate Bill 1111. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until 12:15 p.m. this day.
The gentleman from Jackson has moved that the House stand adjourned until, let me repeat that. I'm getting ahead of myself. You know where my mind is. The gentleman from Jackson has moved that the House stand in recess until 12:15 this day. The House is in recess. Let's vote on it. Anyone want to stand in recess, please say aye. Anyone want not to? The ayes, again, clearly have it. The House remains in recess until 12:15. The House will return to order. Gentleman from Jackson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I note the absence of a quorum.
The gentleman from Jackson, Floor Leader Stacy District, has noted an absence of a quorum. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 34 yes, 2 present and 2 nay, and 74 present, you have established a quorum. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be reports from committee.
Mr. Clerk, would you please read in the reports from committees?
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Fiscal Review, to which was referred Senate Substitute Senate Joint Resolution 78, begs leave to report, has examined the same and recommends that it do pass. And Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Fiscal Review, to which was referred Senate Substitute Senate Bills 894 and 825, begs leave to report, has examined the same and recommends that they do pass.
Mr. Clerk, would you please read in the vast reports from the Senate?
And Mr. Speaker, again, there are no messages from the Senate.
Maybe they're not working. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be points of personal privilege, and I ask you to recognize the lady from Jefferson County.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A moment of personal privilege, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start out by saying what a privilege it has been serving the people of the 115th District. I am so blessed to have their confidence and trust in serving them. To my family, all of our kids, our grandkids, my parents who have been so important to me on this journey, my sweet husband who's my best friend, my soulmate, my biggest cheerleader, campaign manager, definitely the best half of us. I love you, David, with all of my heart and soul. The last 4 years have been simply amazing. I have been so blessed to be here representing my constituents and helping them with issues back home in the district. It has been the experience of a lifetime to come to Jefferson City week after week, fighting for not only my district, but for the citizens of Missouri. I have enjoyed working hard for our community, helping bring many infrastructure dollars to not only my district, but the region. Many jobs are coming, safety on better roads, and a port that will soon be booming for not only Missouri, but for all the United States. What a blessing to be a part of something so awesome. And I want to thank Joe Engler, and of course the budget chair, who have listened to my concerns and ideas for help for all of our big projects. But God. I know that God was so instrumental in bringing me here. I never aspired to be a politician. Matter of fact, I have the heart of a true servant, and that is what I am, a servant, not a politician. I figured if I was blessed enough, I would be here for 8 years in the House, and that was my plan. However, God has placed a different journey on my heart, and believe me, I have prayed over the decision many times. If I am blessed to be elected to continue on in this building, I promise to not waver from my beliefs, and I will not get Senate head. I promise to help the House and Senate work together. I want to thank the LAs I've been blessed to work with, Aubrey, EJ, and now John. They have all loved helping our constituents and all have done a phenomenal job. They have become family to me and honorary members of the 115th District. To my Transportation Infrastructure Committee, I love you all. We have worked so well together as a team. No matter what our letter is, we have been a team. I've been so honored to chair this fine committee and will consider our friendships golden. To all the staff, you are all champions and heroes of this place. You keep everything running smooth, and I thank you all for all of your hard work, day in and day out. To all of my colleagues, thank you all for helping this girl learn the ropes. Thank you for all the encouragement and blessings given to all of us here in this chamber day after day. To the 2 speakers I have served under, thank you for giving me the chance to prove myself. It has been an honor to serve on the committees you both have chosen for me to be on, and I feel like I helped shape some good legislation to come out of these committees. To the Speaker-elect and the future Majority Floor Leader, you both will do an amazing job next year. I know you will keep the future of Missourians in mind when you choose what legislation comes to the floor. Thank you all for caring for our beautiful state. Let her be left better from all of our efforts. God bless you, God bless the state of Missouri, and to God be the glory.
Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be continued points of personal privilege.
Gentleman from Boone, you are recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say just a few words about the gentleman from the Mann District, and unfortunately he was under the weather this week, so he decided to stay home, and hopefully he's streaming. You know, when I first met the gentleman from the Mann District, it was at Democratic headquarters, and I believe he was still in law school. It was over 3 years ago, and he showed up, and he was a giant of a man. I mean, I'm 6'2", but he was towering over me. So I was like, who is this guy? You know, tattoos on his arms and everything. And then he told me, and he got involved in campaigns, and then a short time later, everyone in Boone County was excited when he announced that he was going to run for this seat. And I know he was only here one term, but I can tell you that he has been, for those who know him and worked with him, he's been a strong advocate for his community. He's looked out for the vulnerable people in his district and around the state. You know, and I had the pleasure of serving on emerging issues with him, and as a freshman, he was very courageous. He asked insightful questions, piercing questions, and I know I can speak for the Boone County delegation and many other people who've worked with him that he will be missed, and hopefully will not see the last of him. I believe he will return. So if you give him a warm round of applause, I think he's watching from home. Thank you.
Further points of personal privilege. Gentleman from Polk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for a personal privilege.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you. I've been threatening everyone with the longest and most impassioned farewell address in the history of the House of Representatives, but I assure you I will spare you. But I do want to say thank you so much to all my friends that I've gained here, and I will always cherish those relationships. Thank you so much for all of you over there and all of you over here. You mean the same to me, and I cherish that. Now, mainly, I cannot let this go without noticing and publicly thanking my LA, step forward here, the 5 or 6, that I'm not sure what's happening, but there it is anyway. That I owned a business for 45 years, and my management style was always to run pell-mell and expect someone to clear out a path and to pick up the pieces. And she has done exactly that. All of you have witnessed this, and so many of you have so you know, all right, now I said I would spare you, but you know, I've still got the mic. You know, I can do this. All of you. Yeah, well, the 8 years and I finally accomplished something. You know what I mean? You leave here and you think, gee, I look back, what did I do? And I can't think of anything. And by gad, I cleared the house. Actually, people have watched your work, and many have commented on it and said that you are the best, and they absolutely are right. So I just had to walk away saying, thank you, dear lady. You have made this walk so pleasurable, and I wish you well, and whoever gets you in the future, one of these ne'er-do-wells that are walking away from their duty, will have the honor of having you for their guide and pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the rest of you can go to blazes.
Gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I inquire of the gentleman for Polk for just a quick second?
The gentleman in Green is in favor of inquiring of the gentleman of Polk. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed. Please proceed, gentlemen.
Gentlemen,
I have not necessarily relinquished the floor.
I'm not normally a groveler, but I have several bills that are headed to second floor. And a lot of people probably don't know this, but you have a relative on second floor. A nephew, I believe. Is that correct?
Most of you know that I am a monkey's uncle. That's true. But I'm also the governor's uncle. And that should have given me immense influence and power.
But it hasn't?
But somehow or another, my nephew, the good governor occupying a large portion of this building on the second floor, seemed to feel that my influence and my opinions were not all that well taken.
Well, I still would appreciate it if Uncle Mike would put in a good word for his buddy down in Greene County when it comes time to signing bills.
Well, that's right, and I'm sure they will have the same influence and power that has been evident these past 6 years.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Further points of personal privilege. Lady from St. Louis County.
Yes, please, a point of personal privilege.
Please
Thank
proceed,
you.
lady.
This is the last day that I'm going to be here. I am a very proud Missourian. As you know, my roots are deep, deep in the state of Missouri. I've always been so proud to be part of the show me state. Because to me, that means we're pragmatic people. We like to see the evidence, judge the evidence, and then make decisions. And you know, that is why I came to this place, because we have to have people who work together for the good of the people of Missouri. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to all of those who in this chamber really work hard every day for the good of the people of Missouri. I'm so thankful for all of you. I've learned a lot from people on both sides of the aisle. One of the things I really enjoy about this chamber is that we have people from so many different kinds of professions and areas of the state. And I learn every day. I have learned a lot about sewage lagoons that I did not know before. I've learned a lot about feral hogs that I did not know before. And those nasty vultures that do terrible things. What are they called again? Black vultures, yes, yes, yes. And I see the billboards now and I go, oh, I know what that is. And I'm against it. And so I'm very grateful for all of that. And as well as thanking my husband, my family, and all of you, I've been thinking a lot about the state of the state and what it means to be a legislator right now. And so for good or for ill, you're going to hear my 30,000 view of what's going on. I've been here for 3.5 years, and I was part of the class that swore our oath to the state of Missouri and the Constitution on January 6, 2021. And quite literally, I stood right there, and I raised my right hand, and in my left hand, I had that phone, and I was watching the insurrection. And that has been, frankly, the shadow of these last 3.5 years. Because there are moments when we work really well together, but folks, our country, our democracy is in danger. And we cannot live in a vacuum here. Missouri is not unaffected by what's going on everywhere. And as I think about who we are, we have a really difficult job because we are elected by 30,000 people. We have accountability to those people, but we also are part of a region, we're part of a state, we're part of a country and the world. But if you think about it, we don't take an oath in our district. The oath that we take is here for the state of Missouri and the Constitution of the United States. So we constantly have to be thinking both very specifically and really at a much larger visionary perspective as well, and that's hard to do. And one of the things that I see is that too often we kind of devolve into tribalism. You know, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, can't talk to you. You're from St. Louis, you're from Kansas City, can't talk to you. But the reality is we're all in this together. And I think Benjamin Franklin or one of our founding fathers once said something like, we are either hang together or we're going to hang apart. And we have got to hang together. As I think about this session, in some ways we didn't do much, but I believe that perhaps the most important piece of legislature, actually it's not legislation, but the resolution, the joint resolution that is going to go on the ballot, having to do with changing term limits. Maybe in terms of the future of our state, the most important thing we've done this year. We have to have people who are in this body for longer than 8 years. We really do, in order to get the ship righted. Because as you look at the last 20 years coinciding with term limits, all of the markers of excellence in our state are declining. and we need to start thinking about things more globally. And so really, my plea is for the folks that are going to be here in the future, we need to look at taxation globally. We need to look at what this chamber and the Senate need to look like globally. We need to look at healthcare globally, because if we don't, we're going to be in death spiral. And our state is going to become older, fewer, sicker, and less educated. And I love Missouri. So let's work together to make the state all that it can be. Thank you.
Lady from St. Louis County.
Point of personal privilege, please.
Certainly, lady.
Thank you. I had hoped to go after we re-brought up Senate Bill 890, a bill that could still pass today. But my going indicates that that's not going to happen, because we still have 5 hours and 10 minutes. We could do that. I've served in this chamber over the last decade. What I'm left with today is how much is left to be done for the citizens of our state. Missouri is 49th in workforce development, 46th on the list of states as a good place to live, second highest rate of business failure, 45th in the nation for health care we offer our families, 46th lowest for early education, 49th in aid for our K-12 schools, 5th highest maternal mortality, and you know that affects our black and brown women the most. Last in GDP, we pay our government workers lowest in the nation. You already know what I think about how much we pay our in-home providers. Republicans, you've been the supermajority my entire time. You have been in the majority in this and the other chamber for over 20 years. If you're as disappointed as I am with the list I just read, you would do something about it. I have to conclude you're not. You keep telling me and showing me by doing it that cutting taxes is the answer. Maybe not. Under this term of service, these past 2 years, while we have all sat in this chamber, some extremely troubling events have occurred. If you saw an ethics investigation report, the last 2 sentences said, "I have not encountered more unwilling witnesses in any investigation in my 40-year career." The level of fear expressed by a number of potential witnesses is a daunting factor in completing this investigation. I looked at the name of the attorney who signed it. I know her. During the pandemic, she helped feed St. Louis City and County with pop-up food events and helped pass out thousands of pounds of food. Do you know, over the course of this session, our nonpartisan staff have felt the pressure and fear of the situation and have described this as the most hostile environment they've ever worked in. As you sing your praises to staff, have you just overlooked the hostile environment that we all essentially approve of? Because we didn't do anything to stop it. Thursday of last week, a federal judgment was handed down that Missouri violates the law in administration of our SNAP program. That's our food stamp, people. Oh, people are walking out. Very timely. We have not provided the benefits the federal government pays for children, for people who qualify. Representatives, this is feeding hungry children and their families who qualify for a federal program. This is what the judge said in his report. I continue to be amazed that since this case started, that Missouri's whole focus is how they can avoid liability rather than how they can get these benefits to our citizens. I've highlighted a couple of items that have happened in the last 2 years. this session when we all sat here. We get so obsessed with specific topics and raged by what is happening on social media that had us focus on criminalizing parents giving their children health care for issues you don't understand, banning of books, an activity we usually see in fascist nations, telling women what kind and when we can have control of our own bodies. And while you all fail in doing your job for the 6 million souls in our state, have you noticed when your members speak on points of personal privilege, you honor a veteran or a police officer who's recently died after having a long life, having served their communities with honor? Have you noticed on our side, when we give those same personal privileges, we speak of children and friends and neighbors who have died from gun violence? We actually could talk about reducing gun violence and honor the Second Amendment. Other states have done it. I wonder if you notice or even care. This morning I remembered that Nero fiddled while Rome burned down. And afterwards Nero blamed it on a rebellious cult of Christians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House will return to Senate bills for third reading. I ask you to call on the gentleman from Greene County for a motion on Senate substitute, Senate Committee substitute, Senate Bill 894.
Gentleman from Greene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate substitute for Senate Committee substitute for Senate Bills 894 and 825 be third read and passed.
The gentleman from Greene has moved that Senate substitute to Senate Committee substitute to Senate Bills 894 and 825 be third read and passed. Gentleman from Greene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title of Senate substitute for Senate Committee substitute for Senate Bills 894 and 825 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Greene has moved for the adoption of the title to Senate substitute, Senate Committee substitutes to Senate Bills 894 and 895. Further discussion concerning the title. Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the title, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have approved the title. Gentleman from Greene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my Regulatory Sandbox Act that we have discussed on this floor many times over the past 3 years. It passed out of the Senate with only one no vote, and in addition to the regulatory sandbox provisions that are on the bill, it also includes Senator Fitzwater's Office of Entrepreneurship, as well as his Right to Start Act. This is a bipartisan package that supports small businesses, entrepreneurship, and economic growth here in Missouri, and if there are no questions, I will renew my motion.
Further discussion, lady from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I inquire of the bill sponsor?
Does the gentleman from Greene yield?
I do.
Please proceed.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Doing well, how are you?
Not too bad. God, regulatory sandbox.
That's right. Hopefully for the last time on this floor.
Yeah. Remember, I wanted to ask you a question. We got some amendments added on. It was your House version, correct?
Yes.
Is that in the Senate?
This is the exact same regulatory sandbox language as what we passed out of the House earlier this session.
Okay, so the
yes.
amendments that we worked to get on are added in there.
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping this bill would not come up, but here we are. I still have major concerns about this bill. And while I appreciate, him making some changes, we know that this sandbox legislation is something that's new in other states. We don't exactly know how it works out or if it's going to work out. To not have regulations over new types of businesses. And there's one I just really want to point out, and that's AI. And I think if we have companies coming into the state of Missouri and experimenting with AI under this sandbox regulation, that could be very dangerous. And I also don't think we should be picking winners and losers, so I'm going to vote against this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, gentleman from Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
The gentleman from Jackson has asked that the question under immediate consideration be now put. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. By your vote of 98 yes, 40 no, 0 present, and 24 non-voting members, you have moved the previous question. Gentleman from Green, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the last time on this bill, I renew my motion.
The gentleman from Green has moved that Senate substitute to Senate committee substitute to Senate Bills 894 and 825 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 117 yea, 7 nay, and 17 present, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate substitute to Senate committee substitute to Senate Bills 894 and 825. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be reports from committee.
Mr. Clerk, would you please read in the reports from committees?
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Fiscal Review, to which was referred Senate Bill 1388, begs leave to report, examine the same, and recommends that it do pass.
Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I now ask you to recognize the gentleman from Newton County for a motion on Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Bill 872.
Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Bill 872 be third read and passed.
The gentleman from Newton has moved for the third reading and passage of Senate Substitute Number 2 to Senate Bill 872. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the title of Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Bill 872 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Newton has moved for the adoption of the title, the Senate Substitute Number 2 to Senate Bill 872. Further discussions concerning the title? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the title, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have approved the title. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The underlying bill here with Senate Bill 872 is the Senate version of House Bill 2142, which was my bill. is the broadband tax fix we've been working on the past 2 years, ensuring that any taxes spent on broadband grant monies that came through the federal ARPA grants would not be taxed. The language was signed into law last year, but didn't include all the updated language on that, making sure that it also included the pass-through entities. The bottom line is the broadband grants, every dollar of those grants should go to be able to go toward infrastructure development, not taxes. Also included in this Senate bill is 3 other provisions. Senate Bill 947, also House Bill 2057, passed out of the Senate 30-2, the House 127-24, carried by the representative from the Keithley District, just prohibits streaming services to fall under franchise fees. It also includes Senate Bill 1411, House Bill 1995, carried by the representative from the Perkins District, regarding the extending the sunset on the Uniform Small Wireless Facility Deployment Act from January the 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2029. And then last of all in this bill is Senate Bill 896, House Bill 1746, carried by the representative from the O'Donnell District. Also passed out of the Senate 30-2, out of the House 119-17, which creates a state and local sales tax exemption for utilities, equipment, and materials used to generate or transmit electricity. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, I renew my motion.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Taney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the bill sponsor.
Does the gentleman from Newton yield?
Absolutely.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How are you, gentlemen?
I'm outstanding. How are you, gentlemen? Super even.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you regarding this bill, because it seems to be a combination of at least 4 different bills. Is there anything in this legislation that deals with ham sandwiches?
Not that I'm aware of, gentlemen, but if you would like to make that amendment, I would probably not be in favor, but you could try it at this point.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis Taylor District.
2 comments on the bill.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the gentleman from Newton, the gentleman from the O'Donoghue District and Keithley District, and so many people that work so hard on this utilities bill. There's a lot of great stuff in here that we need. As the gentleman mentioned, number one, and first and foremost, you know, if you got grants to implement and expand broadband, you shouldn't be paying taxes on those grants. So this bill will do away with that. There are a number of other great things in here, including something that is dear to me, and that is utility companies that are building and expanding the grid, transmission and distribution shouldn't necessarily be paying taxes on sales tax on the equipment that they're purchasing to deploy in our neighborhoods. That would be double taxation. So there are a number of good things in this bill, and I encourage everyone to support this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak on the bill.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
This bill has a lot of good things in it, and I know there's some exemptions for sales tax, and I just want to put a bug in everyone's ear that, you know, we're so quick to take away sales tax revenue from the communities, and this sales tax usually goes into the general revenue, and that pays for the police and the fire. But when we bring up bills to allow communities to put on hotel motel taxes or safety taxes to help fill those gaps, we don't seem to get those across the finish line. And I wish we would work as hard on those to get those across the finish lines as we do some of these. And so I'm going to support this bill. I think there's a lot of good things in this bill, but I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
The gentleman from Jackson has asked that the question under immediate consideration be now put. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 102 yes, 38 no, and 0 present, you have moved the previous question. Gentleman from Newton, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move that Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Bill 872 be truly agreed and finally passed.
The gentleman from Newton has moved that Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Bill 872 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 136 yes, 0 no, and 4 present, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate Substitute Number 2 to Senate Bill 872. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I now ask you to recognize the gentleman from Clay County, District 16, for a motion on Senate Bill 1388.
Gentleman from Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Senate Bill 1388 be third read and passed.
The gentleman from Clay has moved that Senate Bill 1388 be third read and passed. Gentleman from Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the title of Senate Bill 1388 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Clay has moved for the adoption of the title to Senate Bill 1388. Further discussion concerning the title. Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the title, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have adopted the title. Gentleman from Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is the sales tax exemption for the construction project in Kansas City on behalf of the federal government, specifically the National Nuclear Security Agency. We are asking to give the sales tax exemption as if the federal government was coming in and actually doing the build job, they would get that exemption as well. So we are just asking for the same exemption for our local builder to do this. Two things with this. This is a huge economic benefit for Kansas City. I really cannot highlight that enough. We're looking at about a $2.5 to $3 billion investment in Kansas City. We're looking at thousands of jobs, new jobs, good paying jobs in Kansas City with a tax base that Kansas City and local municipalities will benefit from for literally decades to come. The facility itself is actually manufacturing, developing non-nuclear components for our nuclear warehouse, our nuclear stockpile. So there's not nuclear waste, nuclear storage, there's absolutely none of that. So again, I think it's a win-win. I mean, it really is. It's a small ask on the sales tax exemption, and it's really about economic development. And at the end of the day, it's about making sure we are keeping our nuclear facilities, our nuclear defenses, keeping them safe, keeping them dependable, and keeping them reliable. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If there are none, I will close.
Further discussion, gentleman from Jackson, the Royals District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the bill.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, you assigned me to the Economic Development Committee, and this bill came through the Economic Development Committee. This bill will bring jobs to the west side of the state. This will bring right around 5,000 people to the state. And I know this could be my last time on the mic, and you guys know what I love to say. So if you would say it for me right now, follow my lead. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
The gentleman from Jackson has asked that the question under immediate consideration be now put. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With the vote 103 yes, 37 no, and 0 present, you have moved the gentleman's motion. Gentleman from Clay, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be great to see a 100% unanimous vote on this. Like I said, it's a great economic development bill. It's national security. Hard to go wrong with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move that Senate Bill 1388 be truly agreed, finally passed.
The gentleman from Clay has moved that Senate Bill 1388 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 141 yes, 2 no, and 0 present, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate Bill 1388. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be Senate joint resolutions for third reading. I now ask you to recognize the gentleman from Cape County for a motion on Senate substitute, Senate committee substitute, Senate joint resolution 71.
Gentleman from Cape.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 71 be third read and passed.
The gentleman from Cape has moved that Senate substitute, Senate committee substitute, Senate Joint Resolution 71 be third read and finally passed. Gentleman from Cape.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title of Senate substitute for Senate committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 71 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Cape has moved for the adoption of the title, the Senate substitute, Senate committee substitute, Senate Joint Resolution 71. Further discussion concerning the title. Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the title, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have approved the title. Gentleman from Cape.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This joint resolution here will place before the voters of the state of Missouri the ability to clear up the language in the Constitution which states whether or not the sheriff, the prosecutors, and the assistant prosecutors and also circuit attorneys are part of the administration of justice. There was a case just a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, it was the Fowler case, where the courts ruled that they were not necessarily covered under the administration of justice, which then resulted in a lawsuit that cost the sheriff's pension system just a little under $10 million. As a result of that, funding dried up that was going into that system and resulted in the State House passing some language, I guess, last year that helped them kind of quell the tide until they could come up with a hopefully a statute here or a fix for the Constitution that would allow those fees to be reinstated that are currently in state statute 57-955 for the sheriffs and state statute 488.026, which would reinstate those fees. I would ask for the body to approve this so that we can send this before the voters to allow them to decide whether or not that the sheriff and the prosecutors are part of the administration of justice. And I would tell you that, in my opinion, from reading all the stuff, they are, because without the prosecutor, there would be no cases to be brought when it comes to criminal infractions and other things. And as well as with the sheriffs, their role in the administration of justice is they serve not only criminal cases, they also serve the administrative civil actions with those, and they also provide security for the courts. That is their responsibility to make sure that that system is working correctly. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Further discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the bill.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a difficult one, certainly for me. on it to work through. I very much support our law enforcement. I think we should be standing with them and funding the pension and funding their salaries to make sure we not only keep the best and the brightest and the most effective law enforcement personnel and sheriffs here, but that we're attracting ones to our state as well. But I think part of standing with them is we do our job as a legislature and fund those programs, fund their pensions, fund their salaries. I don't think it's the right thing to do to leave it to the court system to do it. We have the power of the purse. We appropriate money in this body. This is a legislative role. We shouldn't be outsourcing that to someone else and expect it to get done. I think doing it this way, one, it takes away that power from this body, and it's not the responsible thing to do for that reason. But it also creates this strange incentive situation where you end up sending police officers out in a situation where funding their pension is determined by how many tickets they write. I don't think that's fair to the police officers. I don't think it's fair to the sheriffs. I don't think it's fair to the people of Missouri. I think it creates a strange incentive, and that's why it doesn't work that way in the first place. I think there's a reason why that system was taken away by the courts in the first place. I think it's because we're being told that it's our job as the legislature to be funding these programs, and we should be having those discussions here. We should be setting those rates here, and we should be funding it, and we should be standing with law enforcement through this body, not outsourcing that to the court administrative system. So I would ask that the body vote this down so we can do the right thing in standing with law enforcement ourselves. Thank you.
Further discussion, lady from St. Louis City, Bosley District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the SJR handler.
Does the gentleman from Cape yield?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Please
Hi,
proceed.
gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
We've had a multitude of conversations about this bill specifically. From the conversations that we have, do you feel like the ballot language within itself is a little nefarious in a way because of how the language in the bill is written? It's not just for sheriffs, it's also for prosecutors and other administrators of justice.
Yeah, no, when the legislation was drafted, I know that the sheriff's system hired a constitutional attorney to work on this so that the language that was in the Constitution would be clarified for the Supreme Court so that it would show that the prosecutors as well as the sheriffs were part of the administration of justice, which would allow them to collect that fee. And I know that when you and I talked, you had concerns about how they had put that in there, that it was salary when it was actually going to their pension.
Yep, the same thing that the gentleman from the Keithley District just spoke on.
And then I know in addition, we talked about some of the things where there was concerns about court fees, that they was creating a burden on people that were going into the criminal justice system. And I know we had a great conversation on that, and I'd just like to kick back a little bit on the court fees. There are numerous court fees from all over the different districts in the state of Missouri that are collected to help fund various projects in here.
And I get that, gentlemen. I'm specifically trying to speak to the ballot language and how the ballot language is written.
Yeah, so anything can be appealed. I think that I would probably have been, I think that the language that was put in there make it a little harder for them, because when you start talking about salaries, there'll be people say, well, I'm not going to vote for salaries. And they put that in there because they felt like from their review of that, that if they did not put in their salaries and benefits, that there would be some law firm out there come and try to strike this off there. So they wanted to be so broad that so the people could see what was going to be in there. And
because it specifically just states in the ballot language that it's for law enforcement, the salary and benefits of law enforcement, which could in some areas make people, just like the gentleman from the Keithley District said, feel like they're voting against law enforcement, and it's not really that. So I think if the ballot language could have been amended, I know that we had a conversation about that, of amending the ballot language and at least making it so that it's clear what we're actually doing in what people will be voting on throughout the state. But also, just so for the edification of the body, when we passed this budget last year, or this just a few weeks ago, did we not have dollars in there that would fund the sheriff's pension for 2 years?
Yes, so there was an agreement made when we passed the bill last year after this lawsuit, adverse lawsuit, that the state would step up and they would pay, it was a little over $2 million for the fiscal year last year, as well as this budget, which would be a little over $2 million to help stem the loss of funds that was coming in. Also in that language, we included that the sheriffs would start paying 5% of their salary, which results in about $450,000-ish, give or take a little bit there, that was going into their system to help quell the tide until we could find a funding source.
Okay.
And so, yes, it was put in there. And but that'll dry up after this year, and I don't know how much longer we want to keep doing it. But
So 2025, they'll be funded through 2025, and that gives not only the sheriffs, but this legislative body during the interim and also during session, the opportunity to figure out a better way to fund the sheriffs and not just putting this as a fee service in the Constitution ultimately.
Yeah, it would help us stem the tide because obviously this is going to be up to the people of the state of Missouri. Just
Right.
because we're voting for this day doesn't mean it's going to become law. And I think this was the option that when I spoke to the system and even with the prosecutor system, I said, you know, guys, come up with what you think is the best thing to do. And then I give you my word, I'll do the best to get this before the voters so that they can make that decision because it's ultimately up to them. And this is what I promised I'd do for them, and that's why we're hearing this today.
I appreciate that, gentlemen. I appreciate you, trying to keep your word to the people that you spoke to. But I do think that it could leave a lot of room for error. We do have something right now in our budget to help with the sheriff's pension as well as them paying into their pension cost as well. I think to the gentleman from the Keithley District's point, the same point that we've had on numerous occasions, that this could create some unnecessary problems going forward with law enforcement, with court costs, with court fees, and the burden will end up on the constituents and the citizens of Missouri. So I appreciate that, gentleman. Unfortunately, I won't be able to support this SJR, but I do appreciate you for the course of this time having this conversation, not just on the floor, but trying to do the work off of the floor as well. Mr. Speaker, if I can inquire of the gentleman from Jackson Brown District. I just hope your light just comes on and we can just go forward. From Brown District.
Does the gentleman from Jackson yield?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, gentlemen. I know that you worked on pensions. You were on the committee. You heard this bill. Can you give just briefly some of your thoughts and concerns, if you have any?
I do, lady. Thank you. You know, now, my point of view differs from yours in working on this. We've been working with trying to fix the sheriff's problem for the past couple of years once the court ruled against the funding source. Some people tend to believe that we can easily fix the system by just letting it be absorbed into another system like Mosier's. But what they don't realize is that Mosier's could administer that fund, they could manage it, but nobody wants to fund if there is no source of funding. Okay, the current members of that pension fund in Mosier's, they're not going to provide for the pension of the sheriffs. They're providing for theirs. So we have to have that pension fund. Now, we've sat down and we've looked at various ways of how to fund this pension. Originally, the sheriffs did not make any personal contribution to the fund. Now, they are making a 5% contribution, and of course you brought up the point that the state is also going to contribute for the next few years. Mm-hmm. With this particular legislation that is proposed, we would like to send this language to the ballot, let the voters decide what they want to do, whether they want to approve this or not, because in some other municipalities, the taxpayers do help fund different types of pension funds, like local firefighters, mm-hmm. Maybe emergency workers, that type of thing. And this is the best solution that we could come up with at this time. And so I'm going to support this measure, and I'm going to ask the body to support it.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, I just wanted to give you that opportunity just in case there were going to be a PQ here. So I appreciate your perspective.
Well, I do understand that there's opposition to this. Mm-hmm. There's concern. The NAACP has reached out to me about their concern about the language. There's some others. So I get that. And so, I'm asking the body to vote your conscience. I believe that this is the right way to go. And if for some reason we don't pass this legislation, then the sheriffs are back in limbo and the prosecutors are back in limbo. And I don't want them to be there waiting for the legislature to adjourn again next year to try to fix this. I think we've got a lot of good people that are here in the legislature right now who really understand what's going on, and I believe that we have found a fix to the problem.
I understand that, gentleman. Thank you. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, lady.
if I could inquire of the gentleman from the Clemens District.
Does the gentleman from St. Louis yield? You have about a minute left, lady.
Okay.
Please proceed.
I'm actually hoping to inquire of the bill handler lady, but I'm happy to talk to you.
Nope, I'll take my minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just really quick, I just want to make sure that we reiterate that we are now trying to again amend the Constitution where we would be putting not just the sheriffs but the prosecutors and any other administrative justice in our Constitution on a fee-service basis. Let's be clear what we're doing. It is going to be a burden on citizens throughout the state, and I hope that you all will vote no on sending this to the ballot and give us time for next year and throughout this interim for actually coming up with a fiscally responsible fix in order to fund our sheriffs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire the gentleman from St. Charles, Lovasco District.
Does the gentleman from St. Charles, Lovasco District yield to the gentleman from Newton?
I do.
How are you,
Please
gentlemen?
proceed.
Well, we'll see in a couple minutes, I suppose.
Last day, right?
Yeah.
I saw you standing, and I think you and I probably agree on this. So I just wanted to make sure you were able to speak on this and give me your thoughts regarding this issue that we're getting ready to vote on to go to the ballot. I have some concerns, and I'll mention that after you get through, but love to hear your thoughts as well.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, gentlemen. I agree with almost everything that the gentleman from St. Louis County said in regards to the kind of conflict of interest that we're setting up here, where we've got folks that desperately need funding for their salaries, for their retirement, and everything else, being put in an uncomfortable position where the fruits of what their job is going to ultimately pay for that. That's just not good policy for any government official, quite frankly, to be the collector of the revenue that they have to use to eat. But setting that aside, I think the really important issue that we haven't really spoke on at length is actually the ballot language that is being used for this. I'm going to read it to the body here. It was touched on briefly by the lady from St. Louis, but I want to read it in full. It says, "Shall the Missouri Constitution be amended to preserve funding of law enforcement personnel for the administration of justice?" I don't think I could have written a more rock-solid ballot language for any. You might as well say, "Do you like cops and babies?"
And ice cream.
Right. Not only does that not describe what ultimately this measure is doing with any kind of usefulness, but who's going to vote against that, right? Everyone wants to fund law enforcement, or almost everyone. Even those who perhaps want to cut their funding on the other side of the aisle would probably still find this language acceptable as it's written. But it doesn't tell you what this measure does. It doesn't say that, hey, we're going to take fines and fees and redivert them.
Yeah,
to
it
doing
doesn't
all this
talk
stuff
at all about the way in which
right.
we would do that.
Absolutely. We've talked before on multiple other bills about the danger of kind of electioneering through the ballot, where you've got measures that are named, Proposition Puppy or whatever, or ballot language that doesn't actually reflect the measure. And especially given the whole discussion over in the Senate about the quote-unquote ballot candy attached to various measures and when it's appropriate to bundle different ideas into one measure in order to get a package that the voters are willing to vote for. Even in that discussion where there was great disagreement as to whether or not those things really fit together, no one really was arguing that they weren't being described accurately. I think everyone pretty well agreed, that's what it did. In this case, though, this isn't telling the voter really at all what they're voting on. And the measure itself is only a paragraph. They could have almost just copied and pasted that and made that the ballot language, but they didn't.
Yeah, it is a bit disingenuous, I believe. I do appreciate your comments, and then I'll say my piece, and then we'll see what happens. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, to briefly speak on the bill.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is another one of those issues where it sounds good, and what we're doing, I don't think anyone here would want to meddle with the pensions of those that serve in this capacity when it comes to our sheriffs. I've had many conversations with my sheriffs and with other people involved in this, and we understand there's an issue here that we need to fix. The problem is, here we are doing this in a rushed way, in my opinion. We don't have to do this year. We could do it next year and still be able to not cause any lapse in those pensions. And again, like gentleman from the Keithley district, gentleman from the Lovasco district has mentioned, it's the way in which this is done. It's the logistics of this that is a problem. There's many other conservative states around the country right now that is moving away from this way of funding pensions. It's just not a reliable way. That's just the bottom line. It's not a reliable way to do this. And I fear that now, if we put this into our Constitution down the road, if we run into a problem, it's going to be almost impossible to fix this problem. And then we'll get blamed for it, like we probably should. But the problem is, I think, people want to get things done quick. They worry, and I get it. If it was my pension on the line, which I don't have much of, but if there was a pension on the line, I'm sure people would be paying attention to that and worried about it. But the problem is, I think there's a lot of instances where this happens in the legislature. We bring something up, and we want to be supportive when it comes to our law enforcement. But we also want to be responsible with the way we do things here, and especially when it's going into our Constitution. So I have consternation about this, the way in which it is going to be done, the ballot language as well. I do have an amendment that I had filed. I'm not going to offer that today, that I think would be a lot more objective when it came to the ballot language. So I think people need to vote their conscience on this and do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, gentleman from St. Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the
Bill Handler District from Cape Yield.
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
Gentlemen, I think you had some more things you maybe wanted to share a bit. I've been gathering some information about how we do this in some other parts of county government, so maybe share with me some of the things you want to talk about.
Sure. So after the adverse ruling, which drained that account of about $10 million, there's now been another one filed against the prosecutors, which, if successful, would probably drain their retirement fund between $3 and $5 million if it's successful. And I know under the $10 million that was lost, $6 million of that went to the law firm. The other $3+ million went to the administrators that handed out the return of that. They kept about $2.5 million of that after they sent all the letters out and handled the administrative fees. And about $500,000, if the numbers that I've been correct, was handed out to the people that wanted their $3 fee back. And so this was not rushed into. This is something that we've been talking about for the last year and a half. I appreciate the body that passed the legislation, I guess last year, Senate Bill 20, Senate Bill 75, to help us stem this till we can come up with something. And for the last 12 months, I've been working with the system administrators of that, the sheriffs of this great state, to try to come up with something that's been going on. These fees have been collected since the early 1980s for the last 40+ years. And the reason that this was probably designated is because back in the day, in the late 70s, this body came forward and said, well, we think the sheriffs are getting too many fees, and so we're going to pull those back, start putting them into general revenue for the counties, to the state. And then they came up with this agreement to help fund their prosecutors, or their pension systems, by creating this fund in the 80s. And so now with this adverse ruling, we hope to clear that up on the administration of justice, because it's a very simple question put before the people.
Well, I tell you, gentlemen, in some of the rural areas, I know this has become an issue because I've talked to some of the county sheriffs, and some of them are not running for office again, and the retirement system and the stability of it is becoming a real question with a lot of them. So I'm glad you're trying to bring this, at least bring a solution to this.
I appreciate that. I think it's important for the body to realize, and I know that there's a lot of questions on this, because one of the biggest issues we had when I talked to some from the side that came in and talked to me was, well, we don't want more court fees. But there's court fees vary from every district. And some of those same court fees that are now funding the retirement for the prosecutors, which is $4 for certain crimes out there that people plead guilty to. The same thing on the sheriffs for tickets, criminal cases, some things along those lines are going into that. But we collect many court fees for safe houses. We collect them for the brain injury, the spinal injury. Many of those court fees, which are not part of the administration of justice in my mind, are collected under this same process. So I think it's a fair process that these fees are being collected for, and we're just reinstating what we made an agreement to do back in the late 80s, or early 80s actually. And I think this gives the people of the state of Missouri to make that decision.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Further discussion, gentleman from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to speak on the resolution.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to echo too many of my colleagues, but as I look at the resolution, as it's written, considering all the circumstances, considering that we seem to have more time to be able to fix this issue and fix it the right way, I would like to add my voice to what I think the wrong issues in this piece of legislation are. It's very simple, and so it's relatively easy to digest. The question that I see is when it says the administration of justice shall include the levying of costs and fees to support salaries and benefits for the sheriffs, former sheriffs, prosecuting attorneys, former prosecuting attorneys, circuit attorneys, and former circuit attorneys. Who are the administration of justice? And the question becomes, is that a verb or is that a noun? And I've talked with many members of our body, members whom I respect, and it seems to me that the administration of justice might be a noun. And if it is in fact a noun, it becomes an entity apart from the legislature. One of my most fervent beliefs in all my political philosophy, and it's something we've learned across the board since we were very young, is the separation of powers. And maybe the most important piece of separation of powers is that the funding mechanism, the way in which we take money from the people, is isolated in the legislature and not given to the judicial or the executive branches. To me, this seems to give that authority to the courts themselves without any limiting ability. Now, if it said $3 cap here, that's a limit. That's put on by us, the legislature.
Decorum is essential in this body. Gentleman from Texas, this is not the third grade. Please remove your chair back to its desk. Gentleman from Green, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, separation of powers is at risk with this piece of legislation, and it would be a pretty simple fix as I see it. The fact that there's no limitation. If it said $3 is the limitation, then guess what? That's the legislative authority exerting our authority of power over the purse, and that could be a piece of legislation I could support. If it said subject to statutes created by the legislature, that maintains our authority and that separation of powers. But the fact that this doesn't mention us at all and that this only mentions the administration of justice and includes the word shall when talking about costs and fees, and not costs and fees for the administration of that justice, but costs and fees for benefits, for salaries, for everything else. It's been mentioned already how the incentive structure of this piece of legislation is something that we probably aren't actually behind. But I'm more concerned even about the separation of powers issue. And the fix would be simple, and I understand that we can't fix it. I'm not proposing that we fix it right now. If it said here, the legislature shall levy costs and fees, that would be one thing. I could be behind that. If it put that fee cap, I could be behind that, but it does none of these things. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I do implore the body, let's work on this legislation in the future. I think it is vitally important. I just think we have to respect the principle of separation of powers, which we've built our entire government off of in the meantime. It sounds to me that we do have time, and I'd implore the body to take advantage of that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion? Gentleman from Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
The gentleman from Jackson has asked that the question under immediate consideration be now put. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. You voted 94 yes, 41 no, 0 present, and 27 non-voting members. You have moved the previous question. Gentleman from Cape, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the debate and the comments that have been made here today. I think that There's always more than one way to do something, but this is the way that it's always been done. And I think for the people of Missouri to be able to make a decision on whether or not that we're going to clear up in the Constitution whether our sheriffs, and this is only the sheriffs, and the prosecutors are part of the administration of justice. I think failure to do that will cause problems with what we're trying to do as well as with their system as we move forward. I think it's the right thing to do because without them, there is no administration of justice if it's just those two bodies and the judge not being a part of that. So I'd urge the body to vote yes on this. We'll allow the people of the state of Missouri to make a decision. Obviously, if they weigh in on this and it's positive, then it'll settle this issue with the fees that are collected for the sheriff's pension system as well as for the prosecutors. If they vote no, then we'll all be back here next year working on something else. I'd appreciate a yes vote from the body, and I close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Cape has renewed his motion that Senate substitute to Senate committee substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 71 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk, please call the absentees.
Atchison, Baker, Barnes, Bland Manlove, Boggs, Brown 87, Busick, Coleman, Cook, Copeland, Cups, Deaton, Evans, Gray, Hudson, Hurlburt, Mann, McGurl, Meredith, Morris, Erlerking, Reedy, Smith 155, Smith 163, Stevens, Strickler, and Unsicker, and Waller.
Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. Your vote of 91 yes, 45 no, 6 present, and 20 non-voting members. You have truly agreed and finally passed Senate substitute, Senate committee substitute, Senate Joint Resolution 71. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be points of personal privilege, and I ask you to recognize the distinguished lady from Green for a point of personal privilege.
Lady from Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of personal privilege.
Please proceed, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I could spend this time talking about policy, and I am very grateful to the lady from St. Louis for highlighting some of the things that I myself would love to discuss. But instead, because you all are going to hear a whole lot from me over the next few months about how I feel about public policy and things in Missouri, I am going to use my time, Mr. Speaker, to reflect on the last 8 years in this body on a personal level and a professional level outside of policy. The first thing I'd like to say is thank you so much to the people who keep our state going. I want to highlight, of course, our nonpartisan staff from up front to the amendment bar, to the budget team downstairs, to the doormen, to the mail folks, to the guys who move our furniture. The people who keep this place running are so vital to everything that we do, and I know we all say they deserve so much more. I challenge this body to show them the respect they deserve with dignity and wages that correlate with how important they actually are. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to thank, of course, the Sergeant at Arms and the gentlemen who keep us safe here. It has been a wild 8 years, and I deeply appreciate every time that I have reached out to Randy and his guys for assistance, or the Capitol Police. They have always been there. Thank you so much. I'd like to, of course, thank Tim, who is always here and who always makes us feel good. Thank you so much, Tim, to everything you do. House Communications, of course, upstairs, and the guys downstairs, thank you for making us sound better than we are. And, of course, to all of the interns, not just ours, but all of the interns who come through this place. You all probably know I started as an intern, and if it wasn't for that experience pissing me off, I would not be here today. I have to, of course, thank the press corps. We have had different faces over my time here, but each and every one of you have been so important to protecting democracy, and my respect for you is unwavering, and thank you for always being here. And of course, I have to thank the amazing staff that the Democratic Caucus has had over the years. From Alex, Dan, and Kyle, who no longer serve here, some of the most brilliant minds I've ever met, to Kate Hoy, who spent some time with us, and of course she's downstairs in research. Casey Milberg, if you're listening, Casey, we love and miss you so. Emily O'Loughlin, who is now over in the Senate. We've got Travis Zimper, who came back for today. Of course, our staff, Michaela Skelton, Chris Klein, who just joined the team, Samantha Green, Jim Benoist, and of course, the remarkable Chief of Staff, Mark Powers. Some of you may not know that Mark has been here longer than I even knew what government was. Thank you, Mark, so much for not only guiding me, guiding our caucus, knowing everything that could ever be known, but also believing in some of our crazy ideas, emboldening us to do them, and making sure that you cover up the messes when they happen. We deeply appreciate you. Of course, my legislative aide, who has been with me since the very beginning, Michelle Brent. Not only is Michelle one of my deepest friends, she is truly the glue that keeps this caucus together. A lot of folks will never know everything that this woman has done to protect our caucus and the beliefs that we value, but we cherish you so very much. Of course, to my family, 8 years is a long time. My youngest was 2 when I started this journey, and this little lady keeps me going just to the extent where last weekend I tried to get out of a campaign event, and she said, "Mom, you want to win, right? Then we should probably go to St. Louis today." Thank you to my children. This is why we're here. And of course, thank you to the speakers I have served with over the years. While we've disagreed on a heck of a lot, it truly has been an honor to sit in this seat for 6 years, longer than many ever have, and the longest in several decades. And I've had the pleasure of serving alongside lots of folks in both of those positions. And it's been an honor, even when we've disagreed and there's been a lot of disrespect, to be able to walk into the Speaker's office on behalf of my team and represent what we stand for has truly been great. And of course, to the caucus, without crying, doing my best. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Returning to Senate Joint Resolutions, I now ask you to recognize the gentleman from Newton County for motion on Senate Substitute, Senate Joint Resolution 78.
Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Substitute for Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 78 be third read and passed.
The gentleman from Newton has moved for the third reading and passage of Senate Substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 78. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move the title of Senate Substitute for Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 78 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Newton has moved for the adoption of the title, the Senate Substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 78. Further discussion on the title. Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the title, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. You have approved the title. Gentleman from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Senate version of my House version of HJR 104. It aims to constitutionalize our current system of voting in Missouri, one person, one vote per issue on the ballot. Missourians don't want more voter confusion and exhaustion when they go to the ballot box than they already have. They don't want slower results. They don't want increased irregularities. Missourians don't want to show up to the polls only to have their votes thrown out. So if the voters are given an opportunity to support this Senate joint resolution, I think it will strengthen the trust of the people and what they have in the election process. So there's a couple of differences between the House version that we have passed out, my bill, and the Senate version. Basically, two small changes. One specifies that this won't apply to any nonpartisan municipal election held in a city that had an ordinance in effect as of November the 5th, 2024, that permits voters to cast more than a single vote for each issue or candidate. And it also takes out the section that mentioned machines being tested by federal standards and that the General Assembly would prohibit the use of any voting machines. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion? Gentleman from Clay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the gentleman from Newton, please.
Does the gentleman from Newton yield?
Absolutely.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I think we'll do
We've
one last hurrah on this one, yes. So you went through some of the differences in the Senate substitute, or the Senate version of this bill. We discussed yours on the floor earlier this session, too. And the Senate version has a carve-out for St. Louis City, essentially.
Doesn't say that, but yes, you're right.
Correct, because they've had an ordinance in place prior to the date, effective date. Do you agree with that provision of this?
I don't particularly like it, but gentlemen, as it is many times in this building, in order to get something across the finish line, you may have to take part of it that you don't like.
Okay, so then you're okay with one part of the state having this system in place that you're trying to get rid of?
Well, I think I was saying I'm not okay with it, but this is where we're at with this language of what we can get done in the body, and I think it's still a big step in the right direction.
Okay, and I seem to remember, maybe you can correct me, that I feel like some of the language was a little different in terms of explicitly prohibiting ranking in the SJR versus in your HJR. Am I misremembering that?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty clear in the language of the Senate version of this when it says voters shall have only a single vote for each issue, the same number of votes for an office as the number of open seats to be elected. Under no circumstances shall a voter be permitted to cast a ballot in a manner that results in the ranking of candidates for a particular office.
And did your HJR have that last sentence?
No, mine was a little bit different on that.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was thinking, that this was
more
more explicit in its prohibition on ranking. So I brought this up with the Senate sponsor in our House committee. I wanted to ask your opinion on it because there are several states, and I don't have that list in front of me right now, but I believe it's the southern states, maybe Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, I think, states in the South that do allow ranking ballots for military members overseas. The justification being that by the time the ballot gets to the site of conflict or wherever a service member is deployed, especially in a presidential primary, we know how quickly those things move. People can drop out, things can change. That by the time the ballot gets back, the candidate the person may have cast their vote for could no longer be in the race. Do you have any knowledge or opinions about that?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at what those other states, what the language is and all that before I would form an opinion on that, gentlemen.
That's fair. And so one of the things that I asked the Senate sponsor was, Missouri does not do this. Maybe we could in the future, because at the end of the day, I think that we have a possibility to disenfranchise service members, perhaps, by getting ballots to them that are no longer valid by the time they're able to be returned. But what this SJR would do would prohibit us from ever doing that in the future. You have any thoughts about that?
I think we're putting into our Constitution what we currently have, and I don't believe that we disenfranchise anyone currently when it comes to mail-in ballots for our service members, and I think that would continue.
Well, but again, this goes back to the conversation that we have had and that I've had with the Senate sponsor too, is that the argument here is essentially just the way that we do things now is the best and it will be forever.
Well, I think it is, for a long time, been what Missourians are comfortable with, what they like when they go to the ballot box. And I think if we send this to the voters, they're going to make that decision that they would like to continue that.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, just to speak on the bill briefly.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen. we've talked about this a few times already, and I've made my opinions known pretty well, but I think that this is just wholly unnecessary, and to echo a talking point that's coming from the other side on this, people do have a lot of questions about our voting system right now, and some of that is self-inflicted by people intentionally casting doubt on the system in our elections. But to say that the only way to give confidence is to do exactly what we've been doing and enshrine exactly what people are starting to question into the Constitution forever does not make any sense. Because there are other ways, other systems, other ideas that we can adopt to keep our democracy or our republic, whichever word you want to prefer to use, vibrant and keep people engaged and keep the system functioning and give other options and other methods for people to get candidates and elected officials who are more representative of them in their communities, that bring a broader consensus and that are more interested in actually governing, which if ever there was a good example of that, it has been this year's session. So I would encourage the body to vote against this. It's not what we need right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from St. Louis Prouty District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire of the SJR handler, please.
Does the gentleman from Newton yield?
Absolutely. How are you, lady?
Proceed.
I'm well. Good morning. Good morning. Now,
Morning.
I'm not the biggest fan of ranked choice voting myself, but I do have a question walking down the line. Okay, so St. Louis City has an exemption from this because the way in which they currently structure their election, if I'm to understand correctly,
With
right?
an ordinance, yes.
So in one of my school districts, Ferguson-Florissant, which is actually my home district, we were found that the way in which we have school board elections violated the Voting Rights Act by having at-large school board elections. And so in 2017, 2018, we had to restructure that to where we do cumulative voting now in the school district. Because of the Constitution allowing states to decide the way that they want to have elections by and large, the school district, being a political sub-district in and of itself, was allowed to pick a remedy. The remedy they picked instead of sub-districts was, for whatever reason, cumulative voting. Now, let me say I absolutely hated that choice. I think it kind of spearheaded my campaign to even come here. I hated the choice they made so much. So I guess my question is, in the event, because even though it was a federal ruling that we violated the Voting Rights Act, the school district, which the state would, oversee, if this were to go into effect, what would that do to my district's election, the way in which we have school board elections, and would that require us, because if we go back to cumulative voting the way we had it, we would be back in federal violation of the Voting Rights Act. I wonder if that would require us then to go back and seek or change remedy, which again, if we have to sub-district, let me say, if we have to sub-district Ferguson-Florissant School District, I'm 100% in support of that. If we can get some clarity on that, I would have liked, I meant to inquire before, but I think we PQ'd your version of the bill, and so I didn't have that opportunity. But I'm curious as to what that would look like.
Well, I would have to, and my apologies, but I would have to really kind of look exactly of how that plays out, what that is doing with the, what'd you call it,
It's cumulative voting.
Cumulative, okay. Yeah, I'd have to look at that. I mean, obviously, they could repeal their ordinance and go back to what we're talking about here.
So it wasn't an ordinance. It was a federal ruling. We had to, the school board members had to decide between a series of remedies. One of them was sub-districting the district into 7 sub-districts. Another, which is what the community by and large wanted. Let me just be clear. We did not want cumulative voting. Let's get that out the way.
Right.
We wanted the sub-districts. Me as a citizen, a taxpaying citizen of that school district, if this were to repeal that and we had to go to cumulative voting, I would vote for this, to be honest with you. I'm just not sure what that looks like.
I don't think it would. Again, I need to know more information of what that looks like. But it is a nonpartisan election, right?
That's right.
Or what people would call a nonpartisan. I don't really believe there's any actual nonpartisan elections, but that's my own opinion.
It depends on if you're partisan because you're being
and
pragmatic.
so because
so
of that, because of being nonpartisan, I don't think it would affect it. But that's a good question, and I'd love to find out and see
sure.
exactly how
It'll be interesting
that would.
to see how that works. If it goes into effect in August, then obviously they'll have some time between August and December when there's filing time to sort of see how that works out. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Thank you, lady.
Yes,
appreciate
thank you.
it.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Lady from Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the bill?
Please proceed.
So a former elections chair gave me a moniker when he was the chair of, that I was the county clerk of the Missouri House. And I wear that crown proudly. This bill is going to solidify that we don't want to further confuse the voters nor the people running the elections. We have a unique opportunity this year to watch the process unfold before us, because you have to really appreciate when you're on the ballot and that you expect it to be run fairly, efficiently, and at the end of the night, you pretty well know whether you won or lost. That's a very important fact. In ranked choice voting, there's a question mark on election night because there's so many other factors that will weigh in if we allow this type of voting to happen. In the elections committee also, we were not 100%. I have a colleague that has pushed for this ever since they've been in this body. And I can appreciate the people who came in and think that maybe we should go to that in the state of Missouri. But I'm telling you, I'm speaking for the county clerks and the election authorities, my good friends, who expect me to come down here and vote and present bills that will help them. And if you will, as they say, follow my lead this time, I think we will be led down that path that you can go back home and tell your authorities when you go in and see if you won your elections that you helped with making sure that the confusion won't be in future elections. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for being able to get up and not only as chair of the elections, but also as a person for liberty and fairness in elections. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Further discussion? Gentleman from Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the joint resolution.
Please proceed.
I just want to thank the gentleman from Newton for bringing this forward and presenting it to us today. This was brought through the Elections Committee that I sit on. The idea is not new. It's certainly been around for a while, and I appreciate his effort to put this on the ballot and allow the citizens of the state of Missouri to decide whether or not they would like to restrict the ballot process on Election Day and avoid a ranking of those ballots. It's interesting to me, though, Mr. Speaker, that for about the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've had a very robust discussion in both chambers about particular pieces on different Senate joint resolutions, and again, we see that in the ballot language on this one. Very first part of this ballot language will realign our state statutes and our Constitution to require that only citizens vote. And the gentleman from the Chapel District aptly put the importance of this distinction between permissive language of all citizens and the restrictive language of only citizens, especially when it comes into the framework of our Constitution. But I appreciate the process that's played out. It's been a robust discussion. It seems like we've been wringing our hands for about a week or two on this particular issue, but on this day, on this Senate joint resolution, the other side of the aisle doesn't seem to be standing at mics complaining about whatever they want to term some important pieces of these joint resolutions. I would never frame them like that. I believe it's very important for us to restrict the voting within our state to only citizens. I think that distinction is important. We have talked about it and debated it on this floor, and I'm very thankful that this is part of this joint resolution to limit ranked choice voting in our state, and I appreciate the bill sponsor for bringing it forward, and I ask the body to approve the measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to speak on the resolution.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, as everyone else in this room, has had a very close call with the election process, and it's kind of by nature can be confusing. You've got two sides, saying alternate things, having alternate themes. But there's one more factor that adds to that confusion. I live in the Kansas City area, and our media market is such as that we have a state that's right next to us, and sometimes that even adds to the confusion that people think that there's things on the ballot that's not. And when I've worked the different poll locations, I've seen how confused oftentimes the voters are. And I feel like ranked choice voting will just add to that even more. And so I speak in favor of this resolution, and I urge the body to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, gentleman from Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
The gentleman from Jackson has asked that the question under immediate consideration be now put. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. By your vote of 99 yes, 43 no, with 20 non-voting members, you have moved the previous question. Gentlemen, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say I really appreciate the work that the senator from the 26th, who's up on the dais looking very dapper, put into this bill, and all the others who worked on this. This is something that I think will resound with our constituents, with the people of Missouri, especially when it comes to only citizens voting and realizing that we don't need any further confusion with our voting system, and they want to keep what we have. With that, I close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Newton has renewed his motion that Senate substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 78 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Mr. Clerk, please call the absentees.
Atchison, Boggs, Brown 87, Berger, Busick, Coleman, Cook, Copeland, Cups, Deaton, Evans, Gray, Mann, McGurl, Meredith, Morris, Smith 155, Stacy, Strickler, Unsicker, and Waller.
Gentleman from Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce some special guests.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, in front of you and behind the body is a famous person. Well, she's famous to me. The First Lady of District 138, my wife Carissa, is in the upper gallery back there with our son Daniel. Please make him feel welcome. Thank you.
Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 97 yes, 43 no, 2 present, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate Substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 78. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House will return to Senate bills for third reading and formal. I now ask you to recognize the gentleman from Saline County for a motion on Senate Substitute, Senate Bill 802.
Gentleman from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Substitute for Senate Bill 802 be third read and passed.
The gentleman from Saline has moved for the third reading and passage of Senate Substitute to Senate Bill 802. Gentleman from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the title for Senate Substitute of Senate Bill 802 be agreed to.
The gentleman from Saline has moved for the adoption of the title, the Senate Substitute to Senate Bill 802. Further discussion concerning the title? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting the title, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have adopted the title. Gentleman from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 802 is a mirror image of my same House bill. I've managed to forget the number. I think it might be 2170 that we moved through this body, I believe, the week after spring break. We made sure to make sure that language was identical in the case that it moved over there. So a little summary on what we're doing with this, and I'm glad I got this little infographic here because I think it sums it up the best. Providing growth capital to small businesses in rural areas to expand and create private sector jobs, helping to revitalize our communities. Over time, we've had a lot of people leave the rural communities to move to town, and some of the rural communities are falling by the wayside, losing population. But I see an urge of people wanting to come back to these rural areas. I don't know if it's for the life we live, beautiful countryside pictures, or just that small town feel. And I think anything we can do to add a catalyst to the situation of driving investment into these rural areas to provide some of the jobs and boost for businesses that we're looking for is great. And I think this legislation is just that. 5 states have passed this so far: Georgia, Ohio, Utah, Pennsylvania, and Oklahoma. The 3 that I listed first, 2017 is when they passed it. Utah and Ohio renewed theirs in 2021. Pennsylvania and Oklahoma passed theirs in 2020 and 2022 respectively. And they're working so well, they're already looking at re-upping the program to keep it going. They can't get enough of it. It's working really well. And I hope that we can do that same exact thing here inside of the state of Missouri. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Further discussion. Lady from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak on the bill.
Please proceed.
I've spoken on this bill before, so I'll keep it short, but one of the things I talk a lot about in this room is kind of the behavioral economics of the policy that we pass, and this is just another example of a carrot approach rather than a stick approach to incentivizing something that we'd like to see, which is investment in our rural communities. The gentleman from Saline said it well. There are so many communities across our state that are struggling, and if we can infuse some capital into those areas and make sure that some new businesses get funded, I'm all for that. I'm for Missouri growing, and I encourage the body to vote yes. Thank you.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to talk in favor of this bill today.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
The House bill that we had came through my Rural Community Development Committee, and the sponsor did a great job presenting the bill. And what this bill does, it provides capital out in our rural areas, maybe to sometimes people that are having a little hard time getting capital elsewhere. but they can expand their businesses. But also with that, there's the safeguards in it. So if there's not the return on it that we need, there's clawback on that. And for that reason, I think this will be a great boost to our rural areas, and I would encourage the body to vote for it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Gentleman from Cass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To inquire the bill sponsor.
Does the gentleman from Saline yield to the gentleman from Cass?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. We're getting towards the end here. And I just want to bring up a couple points in this because there's a lot of checks and balances in this. But this is about revitalizing the rural communities, which we have a tendency to absolutely ignore in this chamber.
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
And so you've got checks and balances on this. With the initial credit date, they get 0%. Second credit date, they get 0%. And it's value added for agribusinesses. So we're supplementing the very number one industry that is the driving factor for the economy of the state of Missouri.
Yeah, you know, agriculture is definitely one of the things that qualify. We do keep it narrowly focused, but ag, mining, utilities, manufacturing, transportation, warehousing, healthcare, and maintenance. You know, we look at all of those. Those are all definitely needed across the state for varying reasons, but a lot of those are definitely rural focused.
And the other thing that you did on page 4, not an alien or foreign entity or a foreign government. So again, you got more national security checks and balances in here to make sure that it benefits the United States in a way that is in compliance with the federal government, with our alliance and treaties.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, you talk about that check and balance. If there is not a one-to-one return to the state through this program, credits have to get paid back to the state. Like, it will not qualify.
And
that is the vital important piece of this, that there is that safeguard there, that if the program doesn't perform like we anticipate that it will, the state is not out anything.
That's right. And they are also, these tax credits are not refundable and they're not sellable on the open market.
Correct.
And then you also have another check and balance in here, and that the business plan has to be nationally recognized by a third party. So again, you've done everything that you possibly can, but this is going to actually help those rural areas with the driving force of our economy.
Absolutely, sir. You're spot on.
And the other states that have done this, it's been a massive success, so I appreciate your work in this, and I'm in full support.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Further discussion. Gentleman from Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
The gentleman from Jackson has asked that the question under immediate consideration be now put. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Has everybody voted? Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. By your vote of 94 yes, 44 no, 0 present, 24 non-voting members, you have moved the gentleman's motion. Gentleman from Saline, you have 1 minute to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take this time to thank, the body and everyone I've served with for the last 4 years. I hope if any one thing can be said about me, it was that I tried to be a friend to everybody. And if I didn't hold up to that expectation to anyone in here, I'm sorry, because me and my personality is I hope that I can come to you and have your respect, and that I respect you and your differences. And I know we disagree on a lot of different issues in here every single day. but I hope that I have earned your all's respect over my 4 years being in here. And I'm a sucker for fortune cookies. When I saw the fortune cookies in the back, I know you're not supposed to open more than one, but I'm like, I'm going to open one until I get a good one. And I got a darn good one on my first try, and endurance and persistence will be rewarded. So I'd like to leave you with that. And, I can't thank enough my folks back home. My mom, unfortunately, the funny story about my mom, she was known as Hubert Kuehl's daughter growing up, and then Curtis Gregory's mom when I played football. And I think she's still known as Curtis Gregory's mom now that I'm down here in Jefferson City. So, Mom, thank you. You are Mom, you're Ruth Gregory, but you're definitely my mother. To my wife and kids, definitely sorry I haven't been around much over the 4 years during the springtime, but it's been fantastic. Being obviously your dad, my wife helped me out with everything through the campaign trail, and while I'm gone holding things together, and especially my mother-in-law, because she helped out an awful lot with the kids. As many of us know, our parents do while we're down here. So great staff, not enough words can be spoken. I think anyone's pretty much summed that up already throughout. So great 4 years down here. I hope we can continue to make the state better as we go on. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll close on this piece of legislation. Thank you.
The gentleman from Saline has renewed his motion that Senate substitute to Senate Bill 802 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. By your vote of 84 yes, 51 no, 3 present, and 24 non-voting members, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate substitute to Senate Bill 802. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I ask you to recognize the gentleman from Clay County, District 16, for a motion on Senate substitute, Senate Bill 895.
Gentleman from Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Senate sub for Senate Bill 895 be third read and passed.
The gentleman from Clay has renewed his motion that Senate substitute to Senate Bill 895 be third read and passed. Gentleman from Clay.
Mr. Speaker, this is the eviction moratorium. This is coming over from the senator from the Trent District. This is the same exact language that was passed in the omnibus bill yesterday. We're just running it as a single bill today. Little insurance to make sure this hopefully gets across the line. I know everybody has one foot in the stirrup and you're kind of ready to get out of Dodge, so I am not going to belabor a long explanation of this bill. I have said it. I started saying it 3 years ago when I first ran this bill. The intent of this bill, the eviction moratorium, is to not harm tenants in any way. The intent of this bill is to simply protect property rights and the legitimacy of contract law. That's it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But if not, I will close.
Further discussion, seeing none, gentlemen, recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Senate substitute for Senate Bill 895 be truly agreed and finally passed.
The gentleman from Clay has renewed his motion that Senate substitute to Senate Bill 895 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Has everybody voted? Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the vote. With your vote of 104 yes, 16 no, and 22 present, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate Substitute to Senate Bill 895. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next order of business will be points of personal privilege. I ask you to recognize the gentleman from Johnson County.
Gentleman from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the final time here in this House chamber, beloved place that I absolutely love. I want to start out by thanking my beautiful wife for allowing me to be here. It has been a truly honor and privilege to represent the 54th District up here. I also want to thank my family. I want to thank Ed, my LA, who's done a tremendous job. The folks in this back corner who've had to listen to my rhetoric over the past 4 years, being back here, I appreciate you all listening to that. The vortex of 413, people don't realize what that is, but people who are listening probably do. Sam Licklider, who, if you don't know the guy, sit down, spend time with him, learn from him, let him teach you things. I also want to thank the maker of Golden Tea, which has got me through many nights up here, and I'm really not that good at it, but has allowed me to stay out of the wrong places at the wrong time. But I want to end this with a thing that I was given to my desk. This goes back to 2001, so 23 years ago. A gentleman, I've never met this man, but Ted Farman, who was a majority caucus chairman up here. At this time, May 15, 2001, he told people how to pass a bill. So there's a few quotes on here. I'm not going to read all 32 of them. I'm going to read a few of them. Things you don't say, but in this instance, you probably do. It's a simple bill. That dog won't hunt. I don't have a dog in this fight. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I've worked on this bill for a long time. We'll fix it in the Senate. Better yet, we need to send them a message. It's a start down a slippery slope. I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, right, Deb? And the best one for all, it's for the kids. Yeah, and the veterans. Well, we took care of that. But for each and every one of you, I thank you so much. It has been a truly honor to me to move your legislation forward to get your stuff passed. And I think everybody knows what I've done for you. My friends on the other side, although we've disagreed on a lot of things, I thank you. I thank the people who served with me on fiscal review. It's been a great honor to do that. Mr. Floor Leader, I appreciate everything you've done for me the past couple of years, although we disagreed on a few things, but we're still going to move on and be friends. And finally, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Gentleman from Pulaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction of special guest, please.
Please proceed, gentlemen.
To your right, Mr. Speaker, between the fourth and the fifth column is our presiding judge in the 25th Judicial Circuit. Fortunately, he is one of the few judges that I have not had to meet in his professional capacity. His Honor, Judge Bill Hickel from Pulaski, or from the from the district that includes Pulaski County. He happens to live in Phelps County, but I won't hold that against him. And I wish the body would make him feel welcome.
Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying on the same order of business, I now ask you to recognize the gentleman from St. Louis County, District 101, for a motion on House Committee Substitute, Senate Committee Substitute, Senate Bill 756.
Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Senate Substitute for Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 756 be third read and passed.
The gentleman from St. Louis County has moved for the third reading and passage of Senate Substitute, Senate Committee Substitute, Senate Bill 756.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move tongue-in-cheek that the House Committee Substitute for Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 756 be adopted.
The gentleman from St. Louis County has moved tongue-in-cheek for the adoption of the House Committee Substitute, Senate Committee Substitute, Senate Bill 756. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the House Committee Substitute, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The noes clearly have it this time. You have failed to adopt the House Committee Substitute. Gentlemen, we are back on the Senate Substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the title for the Senate Substitute of Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 756 be agreed to.
The gentleman from St. Louis County has moved for the adoption of the title, Senate Substitute, Senate Committee Substitute, Senate Bill 756. Further discussion concerning the title. Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the title, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have approved of the title. Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 756 is the senior property tax freeze related to Senate Bill 190 from last year. This is the clarification bill that hopefully will allow the counties to make a better run and start moving forward with in putting in the senior tax credit system with some confidence so we can get some tax relief to our seniors in Missouri. If there are no further questions on it, I would be asked to be recognized to renew my motion.
Gentleman from Boone. Jackson, I apologize. Been a long 9 years, gentlemen.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to inquire of the bill handler, please. Okay. Gentlemen, can you, we did tongue-in-cheek and we're down. Can you kind of just tell me just for the body's edification, what we're doing right now?
Yes, absolutely, and I'll explain that tongue-in-cheek.
Sure.
I think for anyone who is on that committee, I think outside of budget, it's our largest committee. The committee chaired by the member or by the gentleman from St. Louis County, Chris District. It's so many of you were there, but there was a fairly lengthy discussion. And I think I wouldn't say quite a consensus on the committee sub itself. To me, it seemed like the most kind of controversial part of that was the delinquency provision that would have left seniors who were currently delinquent on their property taxes out of it. This removes the original Senate bill removes that. So if we were to pass this as it is right now, rather than the House sub, what we're third reading passing means that seniors don't have to be current in order for the tax freeze to kick in for them. It's the explanation of that is which was anyone on I think a lot of people on the committee raised this point. It was raised in the Senate as well, that the seniors who need the relief the most are the ones who are oftentimes falling behind on their property taxes. Right. This doesn't necessarily, this doesn't absolve them from the back-out amounts, but it does stop it from getting worse and from them falling further and further underwater.
I'd agree with that. Breaking things. Was that the only change that we stripped out of there?
There were, I think there was another change and adjustment on some language regarding the tax jurisdiction application. The Senate put in some language that wasn't in the House's version about providing notice to the taxing jurisdictions that it was applicable to. I don't know that there's not really a big difference between the two on that. I think the tax delinquent language is really the biggest one. The rest of it was kind of some clarification language. There was something we had in the House version, something about exempting the blind pension fund. That didn't make it into the Senate version. That was really just technical clarification language. We couldn't put the blind pension fund in this because that's protected in the Missouri Constitution, so it can't be a part of the tax freeze. That part wouldn't be subject to it anyway. So I don't know that there's really a practical difference in that regard. The only practical difference I would say is probably the delinquent thing we talked about.
Sure. Yeah, and I think that was one of the, this is the cleanup language for that, and I think that part is important. So ultimately, I do support it, and thank you for the inquiry. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate substitute for Senate Committee substitute for Senate Bill 756. Seeing none, gentleman from St. Louis County, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to passing this. We did the first part of the job last year with SB 190. Now it's time to make sure that this language clarifies and we can properly expand this to make sure all our seniors can benefit and as quickly as possible. We need to give the counties confidence to move forward so this benefit can get put into each and every county in Missouri and we can give meaningful tax relief to Missouri seniors. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
The gentleman from St. Louis County has renewed his motion that Senate substitute for Senate Committee substitute for Senate Bill 756 be truly agreed and finally passed. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, please ring the bell and open the board. Gentleman from Jackson.
To introduce special guests, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, to your left and my right, although I am leaving the House, I just hope this name ring a bell. My wife, Donna Barnes, and my grandbaby, Breonna, is here today. Make them feel welcome if you would. Thank you.
Welcome to the House. Gentleman from St. Louis County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a point of personal privilege from a microphone other than my own.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you. I don't really have a prepared speech. I'm just going to try to keep it together. God said it's too late. One of the greatest compliments someone can give another is their time. And I look around, and you guys do that for the state of Missouri every day. And it's an incredible honor to serve alongside you. I got to thank so many people. So I'm just going to run through a list of names. I'll have a drink with you later. All the staff that work in the shadows of this building, I thank you. And those that serve in the front lines, get to hear us drone on and on. I've told you time and again, I don't know how you do it. And I'm learning something every day, like you even have trash cans up there. I want to particularly thank my staff, my direct staff that made things much better and possible this year. Rod Jetton, Diana, Lisa, Carrie, Sydney, Mark, Darris, and my interns that were awesome, Ben and Luke. You guys made it possible, and I can't thank you enough. Tim Baumel, I think he's going to have carpal tunnel of the finger. He has been incredible. I thank you, Tim. We all appreciate everything you do day in and day out. Randy and our doorkeepers. Charlie, from day one, 9 years ago, I think you're the first person I met. I want to thank the minority floor leader. I've given her many headaches, and she's probably done the same to me, but it's been a pleasure to work with you. I thank you. Our majority floor leader, I wish the best for you, and it's been great working with you. Oh, yeah. Thank you. To my friend in Iceland who disappeared this week, Hampton Williams. He had that prearranged. The hardest part's coming. I love you. You should taunt me. It's fun to taunt the speaker. I couldn't do this without you, Rebecca. I love you so much. Owen and Stella, we did this for you and the future generations. Love you, proud of you. Finally, I take it for granted sometimes. I appreciate their confidence in me to send me up here year in and year out. And that's the people of the 89th District. Thank you. We're done. This chapter's over. Thank you all.
Mr. Clerk, please close the board and tally the votes. By your vote of 139 yea, 0 nay, you have truly agreed and finally passed Senate Substitute for Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 756.
That was good, Monsignor. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsignor Kowicki will now give us the benediction.
Thank you. Please rise. O God, creator of us all, at this ending hour, we pray that you will touch our spirits and transform our souls by your graces, that we will have peace as we return home to our dearest family and friends. Bless us with the fire of your Spirit and warm our hearts with the power of your presence at this time. May we be content with every experience of these past months together. Grant as we adjourn that we may see your ways more clearly and be given wisdom to understand with you together. We made our Missouri a place in which all your children can live together in abundant happiness, in abounding harmony, in abiding hope. And the House says, Amen. Amen.